Testing, testing. 2. Yeah.
Okay, and try and talk back. Is this coming out? Just checking that you're hearing me only, Daniel. Okay, and we checked that was only going to you. Can you listen back to the screen?
Very good evening to you wherever you're watching around the world, and welcome back to Gibraltar on the southern tip of the European continent. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and it's day 2 of the FanCode European Cricket T10. And we have 2 matches in store for you tonight. We will see the Gibraltar Giants again. They went winless last night, although they did play some good cricket, but they couldn't get a win over Turek, losing both of the matches in that double header. But they are back tonight on night 2, and it's our first chance to get a look at the Pirates. Looking very good in their black and gold uniforms. They have won the toss and elected to bat, and you see there, Giants, a few familiar faces from last night. The Pirates, well, some good talent in their side. I'm really excited to get a look at Louis Bruce, who's listed to open the batting. Also Ravi Panchal, a familiar name for ECN viewers. He played for Spain in the UCC last year, and also he's turned out for Lamanga. We've seen plenty of him on ECN. And as far as the Gibraltar Giants go, well, Edgela didn't quite fire with the bat last night. Marples was excellent in the field, and we know that they used a lot of players last night. See that Paddy Hatchman's back in the lineup. Might see him in the middle order, but they'll have to wait because they will be fielding first after the Pirates skipper Kieran Ferrari won the toss and elected to bat, and he himself will be opening the batting. It will be Louis Bruce who's on strike first. Only 16 years of age. He's got big raps on him, but I'm sure it's his first time playing in these kind of conditions, under this kind of pressure. 10 overs aside, warm welcome to you wherever you're watching from, and we do encourage you to get involved in the live chat as well. It's pretty windy, as you might be able to tell at the moment. Paul Edgela, the Giants skipper, will be opening the bowling, and they do have Sam Houghton back behind the stumps. We saw him rested for the second match last night. Beautiful conditions in Gibraltar. They're a little bit windy, like I said, currently 20 degrees. And we are ready for action. Match 3 in Gibraltar. Pitched up by Edgela, driven to mid-off. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me once again in the commentary box is, Might Series specialist himself, Joe Ugasani. Joe, welcome. I bet you're looking forward to day 2 as much as I am.
Yes, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are around the world. Welcome back to Gibraltar. Super excited, Vinny. Here comes Edgela.
Yeah, a little edge there, but they do have the third man in place. I think that is a good position, because you see a lot of runs going in that area. So it's the first runs of the night.
Yeah, and just seeing a little bit of outward movement from Edgela here with the first couple of deliveries. It's something we didn't really see too much of last night. Interesting to see if he can keep that up.
That's a good bit of outswing by Edgela. Beats the bat of Ferrari, the skipper. And we have seen him swing the ball prodigiously, haven't we, so far in this series?
Yeah, he's got a good bit of control as well. Played pretty well yesterday without quite hitting his straps as yet, and that'll be something that the Giants will be cognizant of. They mixed and matched their team yesterday. They didn't get the 2 wins, or 2 losses in fact.
Yeah, they'll be desperate for some points tonight. A bit of an advantage, I think, for them, having already played under the conditions. Of course, Pirates wouldn't have played in at this facility in this current form, because it is a new facility. It's only just been completed. It's the first organised cricket we've had in Gibraltar for 5 years.
Certainly is. What a way to get going last night. It's a fantastic evening of cricket we had, and another one in store, I'm sure.
This one could be a chance, but just evades the field. It actually bounces on the marker, and now they take a bit of a risky 2, but they do get away with it. Yeah, that one hit the disc. Hit the disc, which denotes the 30-yard circle. That has to be a bit off-putting, but they do get 2, and that's a nice piece of running by the Pirates. Hey, artificial surface all around. It's quite a unique atmosphere for cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. It looks absolutely perfect as well. Just not a blemish on it.
Good bit of outswing again from Edgela, who completes his over. No real damage. So he doesn't pick up a wicket, but keeps it very tight. After the first over of the night, it's 4 for no loss.
Yeah, we'll be really happy with that start there. Edgela just keeping them contained. These 2 did show a fair bit of intent. It's good to see the youngster out there with his captain. Straddling the spectrum of experience between the 2 of them. Good bit of learning here for him. Coming out, facing the first ball, surviving, getting 3 runs to his name as well. Good way to start your cricketing career, I'd say, Vinny.
It certainly is. I'm curious to see how Bruce handles the spotlight. Sun's still up. We'll be up pretty much until the end of this game. Second over will be bowled, and it's Marples getting a bowl tonight. Well, he came up with a bit of magic early yesterday with the run out of Avinash Pai. Let's see if he can do it again. Giants searching for their first points in the competition. Nice line, nice length. Once again, we see Farari beaten outside the off stump. And we have seen a bit of kind of steepling bounce on occasion off a length on this wicket, haven't we?
Yeah, we certainly have. It does slow up a bit, but it also pitches up, or it bounces up quite a lot. Quite a springy surface.
This time he's happy just to push and run. They do get one. And what do you think of the decision to bat first by the Pirates? Often we see teams that are new to the format keen to field first, kind of field away into the game, but they've made the decision to grab the bat and try and get the runs on the board early.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, especially considering the light is going to be at its best quality now. So while the light's shining, get out there and put some runs on the board. That has been a fascinating element. So many of these players, while some are experiencing the T10 game, there are many that this is their first T10 series.
For sure. This one's hit in the air. It's a chance and it's gone. It's the first wicket of the night, and it's the start the Giants wanted. They've kept it quiet so far. And the youngster Bruce, well, made good contact, but he took the risk of keeping the ball in the air, and the catch was taken. And the Giants will be happy with that. First wicket down. It's 5 for 1.
Yeah, good early breakthrough for the Giants there. And loving the energy. We've seen it with all three teams we've seen so far, but there is such a fantastic energy around this series. Vinny, all the players, they just so happy to be out there.
For sure. I mean, I know a few of them playing the trade in the Spanish competition, some other competitions outside of Gibraltar, but this is a real home for not just cricket, but a variety of sports, rugby, football, and darts. Great practice facilities indoors and outdoors as well.
It's a beautiful irony that many Gibraltarian cricketers have been having to go to Europe out of this British territory to play some cricket.
That's right. Well, Harry Scott came up with a catch there, and it's one you have to take, but it wasn't as easy as it looks because he is looking into the sun, but he pounched it. And now we're going to see something we didn't see at all last night, a left-handed batter. And it's going to be Nadeem Hussain who comes out at number 3.
Just making sure they've got all their field placings in order.
We saw 1 or 2 of those last night. No balls for the fielding indiscretions, but yeah, pays to check. It's one of those things umpires have to check every ball as well. They've got enough in their mind. They'll get a little bit of assistance from off the field. Now Marples, a bit of an early match specialist. Did it with in the field last night. Came up with the early wicket tonight. Same faces up. Angles into him, turns around the corner. Nice bit of timing. The chase is on. And he's side against 2 at this stage. A bit cautious. But Hussein's off the mark.
Yeah, just seeing those 2 fielders working out what could have been a potentially damaging communication error. But showing great 10 out there in the field. Deep point running right around there to gather and have it in, keeping it to just a single. Good cricket.
Marples pitches up. Oh, it's an uppish stroke again. It evades the fielder, Dave Barley at backward point. Just get one. Still no boundaries. It's a dream start, isn't it, for the Giants?
Yeah, they're doing a really good strangulation job, and that can be such a difficult thing for the Pirates here. Not having the T10 experience and sort of can risk being overawed by the situation rather than capitalising on the power play overs. But say if they can only lose the 1 wicket during it, and they'll still have a platform to launch from.
Right, last ball of the over coming up. I think Ferrari's put himself at the top of the order. Not facing at the moment, but he'll be the one I think he wants to lead his side to a competitive score. Good Yorker. turned into the leg side, end of another very good over. So after only 4 off the first, only 3 off the second, 2 overs down, and it's 7 for 1.
Yeah, and that's really great for the Giants. There are 2 opening bowlers giving each other great support. And that should give Agella a few more options. If one of the bowlers does start to leak, it does put questions into the captain's mind as to when and how they should complete their spell. It's a fair breeze coming in just in spurts and
we avoided it last night. I mean, obviously there's water all around Gibraltar because it is peninsula, so you'll get it from all sides but the north, really. But
yeah, there's water and a rock.
That's right. But the main, where this complex is, it's on the kind of western tip, so that's where we got the coastline. Here's Edgela coming back to bowl out. This one is called a wide. It's floating in that wide line. Yeah, so we know that 2 nights ago when we were just having a look at the venue, checking it out, it was pretty windy, but also the players have said the wind can change around. So sometimes it comes off the water and kind of sprays the salt water across the ground.
He's moving right to the left at the moment.
And Edgela's making the most of it, getting that outswing, natural movement that he gets with his action. Just want to remind everyone to get involved in the live chat. He's in European Cricket Network. And say hello to us in there. I'm just popping my head in and see that Luke's in there. Nice to see you, Luke. And
looks like Mark Garrett's brother is in there as well.
yeah, there's a bit of friendly fire in the chat tonight, isn't there? And Garrett is in for the Pirates. We need to get things going. Let's see how Edgela handles the left-hander here, because his movement that he's getting is a wrist to stray onto the leg side. But he makes the adjustment, and it could be a wicket. The fielder goes back, and he drops it. Oh, well.
Hope that's not Mark Garrett.
Well, he can't blame the sun, I'll tell you that much, because it was right behind him. It was Edgela that made the adjustment, and he would have thought this was going to be taken. But in the end, it was, it can't be Garrett, because Garrett's on the batting team.
No,
I think it might have been Michael Lamont who unfortunately put that one down.
I think it can be a bit difficult in these conditions. Swirling wind.
Yeah,
a lot of top spin on that as well.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you can probably hear in our effects mics. We had a few windy days last year. Short, and this one is going to go over the fielder. Well, this one's in the back of the net, I think. And Edgela, well, he rolled the dice with a short ball, and he had some success with it last night, but this one was a little bit outside the leg stump. It was a nice put away by Ferrari, and the Pirates are away. It's the first boundary. They move up to 10.
Yeah, I think he was keeping the line to the left-hander and bowling to the right-hander on that occasion. Edgela.
It's an important shot, wasn't it? Actually 14 after that boundary. Quarter way through this innings. Not quite at run ball pace. Need to get moving. Goes full. And push down the ground just for 1. Brings Nadeem Hussain back on strike. And we did have Nadeem Hussain playing in Spain last year, young leg spinner, but this is not the same Nadeem Hussain here in Gibraltar. Very open stance. I like Edgela's control here for the most part. It's just that short ball, probably not quite where he wanted it, but for the most part I think he mixes up his lengths. Does like to bowl with a new ball because he gets that movement. Accentuates his natural abilities. This one's close and he's gone. Yeah, well, it went down the line, didn't it? It's a good bit of bowling, and Hussain just playing across the line. And I think when you straighten it down the line, you're always a chance for an LBW against the left-hander.
Yeah, difficult not to give that at first glance. The ball playing across the line, but let's just have a look at it.
Certainly giving you a chance. Yeah, and I think that's a pretty good call. I think that was, I don't think it was missing leg stump.
No.
Yeah.
Coming over the wicket.
Because it was full, it had a better chance of kind of staying in line with the stumps and not pitching outside the line. So it's going to be another wicket in the power play, 15 for 2 with the ball remaining.
Yeah, and that's difficult for the Pirates. They were just starting to try to steady the ship, you might say, a little bit. It's going to be the first of many Pirate puns you're going to hear in this tournament, Vinny. But difficult now, losing another wicket inside the power play and just going at that pretty slow rate. So they're going to need something here. It's going to be Tara coming out. Asif Tara.
Yeah.
K Tara.
Well, that's the thing. If you're not able to it's not your day. Sometimes you're better to get out the way and give someone else a go. So Terrar gets his opportunity. Angela, last ball of his spell. He's done a good job tonight. And he finishes his 2 overs, 1 for 13. That is the end of the power play. Very good one for the Culpe Giants. 16 for 2.
Yeah, that's a dominant position that these 2 bowlers have put them in to start with. As we should see a bowling change now coming up. In fact, it is going to be Scott Blake, another youngster. We saw a little bit of him yesterday. Don't forget, folks, you can go to our website for all the information on this series and those to come, including the ECL. That's starting in about a week's time, 4 days' time.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that, aren't we?
And EuropeanCricket.com. You can check all the previews, stats, news, and more as we return to live action.
It goes with this one. It's in the air, and this is going to go all the way. The first one of the night, Maximo. Nice shot. And, well, they needed something to happen to Ra. And the big number 4's come out at number 4, but that wasn't 4. That was all the way. 6 runs. Nice shot over cover.
Yeah, he's looking in good shape, Ra. Just having faced 2 balls. The first one, he managed to adjust to the length. Second one puts it over the fence.
Come back ball, lose it down the leg side. It'll be called wide. Yeah, Blake looks a bit ungainly in his action, but he did bowl pretty well last night. And the main thing is, he's got to get it where he wants it. And the first ball wasn't the worst ball. It was just a good shot, wasn't it? By Terrar. Well, he'd be the man to spark this Pirates innings. On the charge, misses out. Houghton misses it. Valuable dot ball. Certainly looks like it's going to be exciting with AT at the crease.
Yeah, he's not going to die wondering, that's for sure.
He missed that time. Houghton has another go. He hit the stumps last night, expected to run out. He probably can't believe he's missed those couple. That's a valuable dot ball once again for the Giants. Swings and misses. This one's missing the leg stump. Houghton's onto it. Flicks it to nobody. And we'll just get one. Could be a leg bite. Yeah, leg bite signalled.
Looks like Terrar has one way that he likes to play. Just swing at everything. And, being in the position they are, it's probably exactly what they need at the moment. Ferrari on strike.
It's in the air, but there's nobody in the circle. And on the leg side at least, in front of the wicket. Just be one. So Blake, despite going for a boundary of the first ball of the over, has come back well. The Giants, remember, they had to chase twice last night. They couldn't chase the target either of those times. No Burns in the lineup tonight. One-hander, well, that'll do. Gets down. Big chase, but really good effort there. Able to swat that one away. Went a good 10 or 15 metres to the other fielder. And the batters scramble back for 2, and it's the end of the 4th over. Pirates are 27 for 2. Have a look at this one.
Reminds me a little bit like a cat doing some goalkeeping. Nice spring and a slap. There you go.
Really nice piece of work, wasn't it? Just a reminder, you can join us in the live chat. And I do have Yost in there. Hello, Yost. I hope you're going well. And I see, I mentioned Luke already. Innocent Nawab.
Yeah.
Nice to see you in there as well.
I really like 2 of the 3 things that Yost is doing.
He said he's watching ECN, ironing his shirts and drinking some scotch. Well, I can guess which 2 you like. And well, Harshal Gaming saying good stop. Well, it was a good stop there, wasn't it? And yeah, we wondered how the fielders would go with this artificial surface, but I think it's a pretty good surface for cricket. Now, change of bowling, and Zach Simpson, who didn't see bowling last night, is taking the pace off, and he beats that with the first ball of his spell.
Yeah, he's 12th man in one of the matches and didn't quite get the chance, but he's up and about after that one. He absolutely loved the result. And oh, big edge.
Oh, was it an edge there or not? I wasn't sure. I think it was a wide, in fact. He just deflected off Houghton.
Off his gloves.
Have to keep it. Oh, have a look.
Yeah,
I think
you're
it just bounces off Sam Houghton, who's back in the lineup. Reverse Malachi, and he executes it perfectly. What a shot that is. That one's heading towards the salt water, but there was nothing salty about the stroke. 4 runs. Beautiful shot by Ferrari.
Yeah, beautiful bit of improvisation here. Seems like he read the line of it and felt he could do away with it, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, it's an excellent shot.
He switched his hands around as well, which is not the easiest way to do it.
Yeah, this time it's just punched out to point. Yeah, I mean, he got the ball he wanted. I think it's always easier with that reverse shot to play it off a full toss. So nice bit of work. It's like slowly grinding into gear. Tossed up, another full toss. Doesn't put this one away. Just gets a thick under edge.
Blueberry pie, that one. Would have been disappointed not to get a nibble. More than a nibble.
Missed out on a couple of these, which I thought could have been whacked away. This time he does go for it. Won't carry all the way out to deep mid wicket. Takes on a couple of hops. And Marples cleans up. So yeah, a bit of partnership being put together after they lost 2 wickets in the power play here, Joe.
Yeah, it certainly is. They will probably want to accelerate, which is what they're trying to do now. As that one is lifted away over the square leg region, and that is going 1 bounce, 2 bounces over the rope for 4 runs.
Yeah, so I think Simpson has got lucky a couple of times. The balls haven't been punished. This wasn't his worst delivery, but Lux of Fortune finds the gap on the leg side. That will also take us to the end of the over. So 39 for 2 off 5. The halfway point of the innings. And I said last night, I think 90 is kind of competitive here. Saw Turek put a couple more on the board than that in both their innings, 112 and 122. I think from here the Pirates, if they could maybe get something 90 and above, at least it'll be competitive. We saw the Giants got the staggers. They're also missing a couple of cattle tonight in their lineup. No Burns, no Lee Rimmer. So a lot of pressure will be on players like Edgeler to step up. He missed out with the bat last night. Paddy Hatchman as well. Sam Houghton might get an opportunity batting a little bit higher. As the new over starts, as Lamont gets swatted away to the leg side. Just be a single.
Yeah, I didn't mind the look of Paddy Hatchman last night. We certainly know he can hit a ball. Certainly need those big name players to stand up for them. Depends on what the Pirates put on here. Is that one swatted away to the mid wicket region? They run through for a single.
So we're at least getting the score ticking. Not too many dot balls is what you'd say at the moment. Down the charge. Stabbed away. Just a single. I think that the Giants are pretty content at the moment to concede ones. They know if they can do that, they're going to force a big shot, perhaps a mistake out of the batters. And they know that if they can remove these two, they're in a great position to attack the middle and lower order in the second half of this innings. Well, this is trouble. Oh. Well, that could be a no ball. I mean, it's very high as it passes. You might be given, well, this is an interesting one.
Camera three.
I think that when it passes him, that has to be over the waist. I mean, we'll have a look. We'll slow this down as much as possible. Yeah, I mean, it has to be a no ball. It's judged where the ball passes the batter at the crease, and it's not often that you see, and I think it's been called out, it's not often that you see a ball over the waist hits the stumps, but it is possible, especially if the bowling is a bit slower. And that one was about chest high, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
at best.
I mean, I would also argue you probably should have put that ball on the top of the grandstand, but instead of being out, it'll not just be not out, it'll be a no ball, 1 run and a free hit. So,
it's a change of fortune, isn't it?
Have some ECN type drama. Free hit time. It is hit, but just for a single. So it's actually a big moment in the match. Although I'd have to say, when you look at the replay, it wasn't even a borderline call. It was well above the waist, wasn't it, when it passed the batter?
Yeah, certainly a change of fortune here for old Lemon. He's 2 deliveries left.
This one on length. And we see a good stop out there. Gotta say, a big fan. Yeah, Marples. He's a fieldologist, isn't he?
He's got a bit of vigour, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's throwing himself around, and like I say, they're missing a couple of other good fielders tonight, so he's going to have to step up, and he has so far. This one's wide, slow delivery, which is missed out by Tara. He's seen his innings flashed before his eyes so far this over, hasn't he? But he survived. Last ball of the over. Goes for this. Is this catchable? Oh, it's just out of the grasp of the fielder. Scott Blake there. Couldn't quite get there. Takes us in the 6th over. It's 47 for 2. Well, very eventful over in the end. It concedes 8.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I think they'll be a bit disappointed with that, these Pirates batters. I think that was an over full of opportunities that weren't capitalised on, Vinny.
Yeah, I think you're right there. And so, well, 6 over check-in time. Going about 8s right now. That'll get them to about 80. I think they want a few more than that. I think they'll be looking for something like 2 a ball from here. They could double their score to 95. I think that's something that they could probably work with, especially, like I said, a couple of Giants missing a couple of players from the side they had last night. Burns, Rimmer, and 2 they put together a big opening partnership. It wasn't quite enough to hold on and chase down the target in match 2 against Turek, who's at the top of the table. Luke Belgium says in the chat, time to push on for Pirates now. Certainly can't disagree with that.
Yeah.
He's got Blake. Swing and a miss.
Very good stuff, mate.
So, well, that's one ball they won't be getting 2 off.
He doesn't do ungainly action, as you mentioned, Vinny, but gets it on the line.
Pulls back the land. Gets a fair bit about on this. This won't be an easy chase at all. In fact, it's going to go all the way for 4 on a badly needed boundary as Tarak pushes up into the 20s.
Just as I say that, lets that one drift down leg. And they certainly did need that. It's going to be pressure building from here on in. A steady stream of encouragement coming from the Pirates bench.
Oh, this is well struck, but he might have picked the field up. Well, he rushed at it, didn't he? And he just couldn't pull it to catch Marples, who certainly gave it an athletic attempt. He does stop the boundary. A chance goes begging.
Yeah, it's one of those tough chances, but a chance nonetheless that probably could have just waited on a little bit. Might have just got a bit bigger on him.
Sam Nick in the chat saying that he was getting the legendary Pavel Florin vibes last over. Yeah, see him taking a few wickets in this tournament. Well, it's European style, isn't it?
That's right. The arms straight.
On the charge. Oh, Houghton. This could have been out, I think. He didn't get back as quick as thought he might. He went with the feet. I would have thought the bat might have been a better opportunity. Sam somehow missed 3 stumps from point blank range again. This one is hit down to long off. It's Rowbottom does the fielding.
Very good, Scotty. Very good, mate.
Just feel that Pirates are kind of not quite accustomed to the format, I think, yet.
Yeah.
And maybe just a bit out of touch. It's nicely struck though, and this will set a task for Rowbottom, who will get there. Yeah, excellent work. They're the kind of stops. It just looks like Giants. They're better for the run last night. They're kind of just already clicking into gear, whereas I think there's still a bit of rust on the Pirates, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Vinny. It's kind of a format you have to get your head around. You have to play a game or 2 of where you understand what is needed at what time. And as you said, 5 years of rust. Yeah, it's going to take a bit of a scrubbing to get past as we have a look at the forthcoming fixture. We've got the European Cricket League over there in Malaga, Spain, at the beautiful Gardema Cricket Oval. And Group A, that week starts coming up on the 7th of February. You've got some great European clubs coming face to face in that. You can join all that action as we come back to live action. Reverse sweep managed to get something onto it as a dipping ball and beats the fielder to the fence as well. So that is a much needed boundary for the Pirates.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And they need to push on, don't they? Because you feel like it's not quite enough, although runs on the board are good runs. Said that before. see if they can continue scoring at an acceptable rate. This one's down the ground, it'll just be one.
So don't mind the form of Zach. Here's Zachary Simpson with the ball. Gets quite a bit of drift.
Yeah, it's nice to see genuine spin bowler trying to beat him in flight. It's another one-hand job. And it's another one-hand job from the fielder. Well, two hands were used in that play. One from the batter, one from the fielder. In the end, it's just one run.
Yeah, handy one run. They're going to need a few more now.
Zach tosses this one up. It's up in the block hole. Good stop and a dot ball. So Simpson, it's entertaining to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, he jumps about. Very excitable bunch of cricketers we've got here in Gibraltar.
Goes over cover. This one will land perfectly in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah. Bermuda Triangle of confused fielders.
Just one.
Brilliant! Brilliant!
Last ball of his spell now coming up.
Oh, maybe that might have been the over. I think that's the word. Maybe just checking. I haven't one to go. So maybe Zach, he hasn't got a wicket yet, might get that opportunity after all.
So, question in the chat, Vinny. Any predictions for next month's tournament?
Oh, well.
We're talking about Khartoum, of course, in the European Champions League.
Look, I think it's going to be super interesting. I mean, VOC Rotterdam, they've got to be in the mix. They are defending champions, and they will be in Group D. They're going to get pushed as well, but HBS Kranhout in Group E, they've got some good players like Ryan Klein, for example. So there's the dual Dutch threat. England, I imagine they could be a little bit like the England 11 last year. Speaking about Tunbridge Wells, who we'll see next week, we'll actually see them in tournament opener. We've got a mix. It's a really interesting mixture of players that are probably more seasoned cricketers, or more, they play cricket at a higher level, but they haven't played this format, and it is a different kind of a game, isn't it? So I think we're going to see some interesting matches between, say, the England team, Tunbridge Wells, and teams like the Brescia CC in Italy, for example. These players that have played a bit more T10 cricket. So, what are your predictions? Let us know in the chat. Zach Simpson will get his last ball now. Last ball of the 8th coming up. And he almost makes the most of it. It'll be a dot. 8 overs down, and it's 62 for 2.
Yeah, nice form there by young Zach. That was Zach Simpson, of course. And those are, in my opinion, the most important overs in the innings come to a close, and you can see the Pirates are languishing it somewhat in the 60s. So they've got just the 2 overs to try to push it up. They'll definitely want to be getting up, definitely upwards of 80. But they'll need an over, the likes of which we've not yet seen in this innings.
Yeah, I do think it'll be a tricky little chase regardless for the Giants, who faltered chasing twice last night. You wonder maybe that was what was behind the decision by Ferrari to bat first. The Giants weren't able to chase target down last night. His Marple's coming up for his second.
Good ball as well.
Nice to see Sean Van Weingart in the chat as well. They're not easy playing the strong wind like that. Yeah, that's true. I've seen a couple of catches go down, particularly high ones. Sam agreeing that T10 will be new for Tunbridge. Threatening. Oh, this could be trouble. He's got to go. Yeah, he took a risk there, Ferrari, the captain. Got right across, and he was trying to manufacture a boundary in the fine leg region. But if you don't get any bat on those, it spells trouble. And Marples is bowled really well tonight. Gets his second wicket, and it's this time, it's the Pirate captain who goes down.
Yeah, can't not give that one. Hits him on the full, right in front of the big sticks. And, it's another good break for Joey Marples. He is showing his wares in this match.
Yeah, he is. He didn't get too much of an opportunity with the ball last night from memory. So it's nice to see the Giants. Well, they've been given opportunities, haven't they, so far? We didn't see Marples bowling last night.
Yeah, they've really taken the first few matches to spread out the action among their squad. Just everybody into the finest fettle they can.
Well, if they can win both games today, they're right back in the mix, aren't they?
That's right.
They'll be 2-2. And that's half their preliminary games gone. New batter comes to the crease.
Back it up, man. Back it up.
And it looks like Ravi Panchal, who...
It's no mug.
Yeah, no, he's not. So, good to see him out there
Very good, Joey.
with Advani. And Ravi Panchal is somebody we've seen a fair bit of on ECN, like I said earlier. Oh, Lamp missed out for Advani. I think we won't get off the mark here because that'll be called a leg by. That's Ravi Panchal. We saw him playing for La Manga Torrevieja in the Spanish Championship Day about a year ago. And we also saw him representing Spain in the European Cricket Championship back in September, October last year. And typically at the international level, he's probably doesn't bat in the top 6. He's known mainly for his bowling, and he's an excellent fielder as well. He's pulled off some magical catches in some matches we've seen on ECN. So the wind just playing a bit of havoc with the bails tonight as well. A bit windier than last night. Apples. Swats across the line. They get one. Clean pick up. Don't really have too many excuses for clean, not picking the ball up cleanly on this field, don't you? It's almost the proverbial pool table.
There's something that has been evident since last night as well, is that you can tell they've been training their fielding. We know they haven't been playing a lot, but all the backing up is really good, very energetic, everyone walking in. Players seeming to know what they need to be doing.
Yeah, wind blowing off the bails again. You can probably hear it in our effects mics as well. Marples got 2 for 5 with the ball remaining in his spell. What an excellent contribution for him. Early candidate for man of the match. Maybe you think he might bat a bit higher as well. It's listed to open actually on my sheet. Straight down the ground. Doesn't make excellent contact, but I think he's done all right there. And he's almost made a meal of it. We'll probably get a second look at this, but I think he just gets rid of this in time.
Super casually, one
See
hand.
here. Just throws it away in time. So that'll be 2 runs, I believe, to finish the over. That's 9 overs down, 67 for 3.
Yeah, just great work there by Joey Marples, 2 for 7 off his spell. And that is indeed, like you said, potentially match-winning effort.
We won't call it too early. I think I know not to call games too early because I've seen them turn around. But you have to say at the moment,
strangling them from the get-go.
The Giants will be hungry, won't they? Last over coming up. Slamming. He's going to get a second. His first over went for 8. 8 in total. Did pick up 2 wickets. Marples in his spell tonight. Slamming will be keen to finish without giving too many away. Doesn't have a wicket yet. Michael Lamont, here he is. Full toss. Hit back at him hard. Just be 1 all. They think about 2. And they won't get it. Hey, that's another thing. These kind of throws back to the bowler when they're trying to take on 2s. I mean, often when we see grass fields, it's a bit of an awkward area around the artificial pitch. But you can see that the bowlers are pretty comfortable taking it because they know the kind of bounce they're going to get. So it's going to be hard to pinch those 2s at this stage. Short. And this one doesn't quite get in the gap. And once again, only a single. Good defensive work by the Giants.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call, Vinny. The consistency in it is certainly more predictable than some of the tracks we've been on.
Can't quite time this one up, Panchal. And he's satisfied with the leg by. So far, Lamont is delivering for his captain. He's not letting him get away in the last over.
Yeah, he's just tossing it up and dropping it a little bit shorter and attempting that dance down the pitch. Beaten them a couple of times in the flight.
Well, this one turns out to be a big filthy full toss. And this is touch and go.
Did you hit it?
I think they call it now. Umpires just kind of looking at each other there. But I felt like that was, I mean, you know how I feel about these. If they are if they're close, I like to see him called, and I think there's no doubt for me that was above the waist.
I think he knew it as well.
So in fact, Lamond, that might be the second one of those he's bowled. Yeah, remember, because he bowled one that he bowled him. So Lamond, despite doing a pretty good job, he won't get to finish his over. And it looks like it's going to be Scott Rowbottom that's going to come on and finish the job. And he's going to have to contend with the free hit first up. So Pirates catch a break here. Can they push up to something like 80?
Something to work on there for Lamond. He does get some nice flight, that's for sure, but just got to control it a little bit.
We have seen some helium balls, haven't we? All right, free hit time. Strap yourself in. Oh, it'll be another free hit, because that will be a wide. So, Pirates, the door's ajar, isn't it, in this last over? Let's see if they can push up any runs they can get at this stage. Vitally important to their chances. Dead ball called. I'm not quite sure why, but it was called early. So Rowbottom will have to bowl this one again. Don't think it was the bails blowing off. It might have been some movement in the field or something like that.
There's just a question in the chat on why Tara retired hurt. We haven't got any info on what exactly happened to him.
Come back to you on that one. So another wide from Rowbottom. We saw extras last night having a big say in the game, didn't we? The Giants gave away just too many against Tarek, but been a lot better tonight. But still, there has been the odd occasion. That's something that Tarek just didn't give away with their, particularly their spin trio. It's just very, very ruthless. Well, there's the free hit. Third time's a charm. And they're happy just to take it on the one hop. Marples does the fielding. He's having a very good game so far. Just a single. Two balls remain in this innings. He really goes for it, this Panchal. And a little bit of paddle, something like that, but Houghton cleans up. Not having a great night hitting the stumps. No, Sam?
Square.
So he's hunting the stats. Sam came on 3 catches around last night. This one just whacks into the batter. I probably would have been running there. Last ball. There's nowhere. Well, this is going to be a wide, and they'll probably get another one as well. So,
don't know what to say at the end there.
Well, we might see this one again because we'll see exactly how wide it was. It'll be another 2 to the total. Panchal just looks a bit rusty with the bat. He will watch the last ball. Advani will be facing it. And well, will they try for 2 here? Well, they might as well. Nothing to lose. Good throw. It'll be in trouble. And that's to me where you take it. You see, they're just a bit too careful. If it comes down to it, the last ball, I wish they'd gone for that because they would have got 2, but instead it's just a single. They're going to finish on a walking stick, 77. Pirates 77 for 3 after their 10 overs in the first innings of this match 3 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 Gibraltar. Just couldn't quite make the most of those last couple of overs, could they?
No.
When they needed to. In fact, only in total, it looks like 10 off the last over, including the extras, which really helped them out, and 5 off the 9th from Marple. So it's a pretty good work by the Giants. And well, early on, it was the Pirates that elected to bat here in match 3. Ferrari, the captain, came out to open the batting. There's Bruce, the youngster, hit the ball crisply, but got caught at cover. That brought out Tara after the first couple of wickets, and well, he looked like he was in the mood to party. It was after Nadeem Hussain was given LEW, like a pretty good call to me. Tara was a man that looked like probably the most threatening. Went towards those overs 4 and 5, the only 2 overs in double figures. It was a lot to do with Tara. Ferrari, well, he batted for a long time as well. Couldn't quite hit his straps. There was some good variety of bowling as well. This is one of my favourite shots of the innings. He's got hit towards the Mediterranean there. In the end, the Pirates, look, it's the first attempt. Well, at least they do have a score on the board. You know, the Giants failed chasing twice, but they'll fancy the chance of getting this 78 runs, won't they, and getting their first win of the series.
Yeah, they certainly should. We do know that in that first match last night, they were bowled out for 85 odd, but of course were able to capitalise a little bit more on the second match, and tonight I think they'll feel fairly confident. The Giants, they did a really good job in that, just sort of strangling the Pirates from the get-go. Just never found it too easy to get any of them away. It's a little little bit something for everybody in that, Vinny. I feel the Pirates can also have a look at it, and I'm sure they would have learnt a bunch
Yeah.
in their first innings in this series.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. So, Marples, I think he was excellent, wasn't he? We've shown he's a kind of X-Factor kind of player for them, isn't he? He ran out pie last night with an excellent direct hit. And tonight, his bowling, well, he stepped up in the absence of some of their other bowling options, and he certainly pressed his case for more opportunities with the ball in this series, didn't he? As we look at the scorecard, his innings kind of petered out in the end, didn't it? And they did end up with 77 runs. You can see that Ferrari, he batted through most of the innings for 26, but just above run of ball pace. Tarrant, 25 before he retired hurt. And we will keep you up to date with his situation. We'll see if he comes out in the field at all. Remember, this is the first game of a double-header, but no one else able to crack double figures. The extras were improved. Still probably a few too many, I think, with the 8 wides and 2 no balls, but only 10 avoidables. You compare that to, I think it was 26 last night, so they saved a lot of runs there. As far as the bowling went, well, Marples, he was the best of the bowlers, 2 for 7, including a very, very good 9th over, where you thought the Pirates would really be trying to get some quick runs. Apart from that, I think Edgeline bowled pretty well as well, set the tone, 1 for 13 with the early wicket. No one really went the journey, did they? And in the end, the result is a very manageable target, you'd think, for the Giants. So we're going to have a quick break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes for the chase. It'll be the Giants chasing 78 if they're to register there for first points. In the meantime, you can join us in the chat and leave any questions or comments you like. But until the second innings begins, this is Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, along with Joe Wegasani. Hope you're having a great night so far, wherever you're watching from around the world. We'll see you shortly, just around the corner, for more FanCode European Cricket T10 Gibraltar. Hello and welcome back to Gibraltar for this, the second innings of the first match of night number 2. It's match 3 in this FanCode European Cricket T10 tournament, and it's going to be the Gibraltar Giants who are chasing their first win of the series after going down twice last night on opening night. They do have a really manageable target of 78 runs, but they're going to have their hands full, particularly early on here with Ravi Panchal, who will be opening the bowling for the Pirates. You do think a player like Panchal is the kind of player that can rip a hole in your top order. Let's see how he goes. Edgela on strike for the first ball. Well, gets it wrong. This is a high full toss. It's going to go for 4. Oh, it's an interesting replay, I think. It is called a no ball, and we saw Ravi have this kind of a problem about a year ago now. I think that's a good call. I think it is above the waist, so it's a disastrous start, just not finding his length. It'll be 5 runs, 1 for the no ball, 4 for the boundary. The next ball will be a free hit. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me, Joe Wegasani, and Joe, could have been a worst possible start really for the Pirates.
No, nor a better start for the Giants.
Free hit coming up. It's a lot better. Angela goes for it, and this one is going to fly into the sky, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Oh, excellent shot. The captain couldn't really fire with the bat last night, but in the battle of the number 2s, this one goes all the way, and it's 11 off the first ball.
I've got a bit of a feeling that Edgela went home last night and watched a bunch of T10 replays to come out with significantly more intent.
Shorter. This is out in the cart. Dot ball. Quick hello to a few people in the chat. Hello to Manav Nayak. Nice to see you. Hope you're getting a bit of rest. Not that you need it because you're still very young. But he's watching
Played
with
very
interest.
well last night.
And Nico Fernando, who's watching from Italy as well, has joined us in the chat. Hope you're going well. Panchal really needs to take wickets here to give the Pirates any hope at all. See already, it's a bit more zip on this one, although it's a bit too wide. And is called by the umpire.
Yeah, the problem is for Panchal, he really doesn't want to bowl another one of those beamers.
Yeah. Well, he actually in the Spanish Championship weekend, first match, or Spanish Championship day, I should say, 28th of February last year, he was no balled out early in the first over of the match. So there's some precedent. He rides the bounce of this one. That shot, it'll do Edgela the world of good as far as his confidence went. Panchal is a good bowler. He sent him straight high out of the ground, and it'll be over to Scotty Rowbottom, who gets his opportunity at the top of the order tonight in the absence of a couple of other top order options for the Giants.
Yeah, and interesting that they've brought Rowbottom in to open with Edgela. Edgela was coming in at 3 yesterday, holding back Joey Marples, who was listed to open originally. So interesting to see how Rowbottom goes now.
Happy to watch this one. I guess now they've already got 13 off the first half of the over. Someone like Rowbottom can have a look at Panchal. Doesn't have to go too hard. I think they know if they keep wickets in hand, and this target of 78 shouldn't be too much of a problem for the Giants. That's why I think the remaining deliveries from Panchal will be crucial. This one seems back a bit. It's good zip through, so Panchal finding his feet in the first over.
Yeah, great length that ball. Really catching the batter in 2 minds.
We saw something in the chat about Jason Holder from West Indies taking 4 wickets in 4 balls last night. Something you don't see very often. I know that Malinga did it once in a World Cup. A couple of other ones that I can remember as well. Nice shot by Rowbottom, who carts, sets a bit of a task with a fielder who dives straight over it. And that was Nikhil Advani down there. It was a good effort, but it was just the proverbial Sydney Harbour Bridge, as you see it goes right under him. And that will be 4 to finish the over. Very, very good one for the Gibraltar Giants. After 1 over, they're 17 for no loss. Yeah, but Joe, I remember, Cameron Boyce did it recently in the Big Bash. 4 wickets in 4 balls, and then lost his contract the next day with Melbourne Renegades. So thanks for coming. Yusuf Sahak did it in the ECS Malmö last year in Sweden, and the next ball was a run out. So effectively it was 5 wickets in 5 balls, and that's a team that lost 8 wickets for 4 runs when they needed 12 off 15 to win the match, and they were 2 down. They lost the match comfortably. That was a disaster. I remember that. But actually, one of the players here did it just about a week ago, if you can believe it. As we see, this is Richard Hatchman, who is opening the bowling here for the Pirates. Yeah, so Michael Kelly, who you might remember from last night playing for Tariq, he actually took 4 wickets off the first 4 balls of the innings, apparently. Perhaps the match.
Oh, that's a dream start.
It's pretty good, isn't it? Imagine the scramble for pads in the change room. Short. This one, maybe the one for the over. No real movement from the umpires, so it's Rowbottom again has shown he's happy to be a bit selective about the balls he goes after, even though this is a power play. Nico asking, perhaps it might be a good idea for Rowbottom to wear a helmet. Not going to disagree with you there, Nico. This is out on the cut. It's a pretty good cricket pitch, I think, because there's something in it for the bowlers if they're willing to bend their back. I think we've seen a few balls taking off, seen a bit of seam movement, so I think it provides a fairly even contest for both sides.
Yeah, it's pretty good, this one. The batters do have to wait for it a little bit. And they're playing on the front foot, but other than that, yep, something in it for everybody.
Oh, that's the one, isn't it? And gets big on him, but he is able to get some bat on it. Rowbottom.
That's the helmet ball.
You can probably hear the wind tonight playing a bit of havoc with our microphones, but it's, at the moment, it's the Giants which are well on top in this contest in match 3.
It's the price we pay for sitting at the tip of the European continent, watching cricket with Morocco over in the distance.
Beautiful, clear early evening, isn't it? And you can see Morocco. It's about 23 kilometres coast to coast. And so, what's that in miles? Probably around about 15 miles, something like that. Maybe not even 12 or 13 miles. Played away. He's going to have a throw here. In fact, it hits the batter, Rowbottom. That's another reason I think it's also a good idea to wear a helmet, because I've seen on occasion throws coming in and hitting the batter and you've got no idea it's coming, but he survives.
Yeah, and really interesting question from Luke Belgium in the chat, whether this pitch might flatten out or quicken up a bit over the next few days. And considering this, until yesterday we had no cricket here at all, and that being said, it is an artificial pitch, so it won't do too much.
Short of length again. They can just take the one. They're cruising at the moment, 2 overs down. Giants are 21 for no loss. It's funny you say that though, because I do think that over time artificial pitches do get a little bit quicker, because but it does take a bit longer than a few days. I think that when the artificial, if you want to call it turf, first comes in, you'll find it grips a bit more. I certainly found that with indoor cricket that I played, obviously exclusively on artificial surfaces. When courts were freshly laid, the ball would just hold up a little bit, but it's the sort of thing it probably takes months or even years to make any discernible difference. So I think it'll play fairly consistently this tournament. Of course, then sometimes you've got issues like rain and things like that, which can have a bit of an effect on the artificial wickets. Generally skids through a little bit if there has been a bit of moisture around. But we've seen some pitches as well that have been really good at taking the rain, like Krefeld, for example, in Germany. Just pelted down there, and that pitch just played as well as you'd like. So different artificial surfaces around the continent. Mark Garrett is going to get a bowl. I know we had a bit of friendly fire towards Mark Garrett in the comments. And here he is, medium pace. Just cut away off the back foot. Speaking of feet, bit of fancy footwork from Nadeem Hussain. He uses both feet, but he does make the stop, and it's just a single. Say hello to Iggy in the chat. Hello, Iggy. Hope you're well. And aren't we looking forward to particularly the second match of these evenings where the artificial lighting fully takes effect? It's quite the spectacle. This one takes off. Really good bit of keeping. Yeah, Ferrari, captain behind the stumps. Called a wide, but this is really good technical work from the keeper, because he comes up with the bounce, so he's able to make that adjustment. You're to a stumping. Going to take off. Takes a lot of skill to stand up to the medium paces. His one on the pad has a really good look, but I think that might just be sneaking down the leg side. Certainly gave it some consideration though.
took a bit of pace off that as well.
Never really swung back. I think they just needed it to go a little bit more. Big shout from Garrett. Caught him on the crease, but I think that's a good decision. The umpire has been excellent, I have to say, so far in this series.
They sure have. Yep, all very high quality. Everyone's super eager to be involved in this.
Well, this is a bit of a top edge, and I think it's going to carry over the fielder, and in fact it's going to spin all the way to the boundary. So a fortunate one is Varney, who was eyeing it off, but he wasn't able to chase it down. The result is 4 more. It takes it even closer to the target. Bit of luck there for Edgela, living up to his name there. He Edgela'd that one all the way for the boundary.
Yeah, you can see he's really come out with a game plan, Edgela here. Put himself to the top of the order, and he's not going to die wondering. We found out who Mark Garrett's supporter is as Garrett comes in.
To the next side. Yeah, we have. I'll just put a little comment in there as well. Now might be in a bit of trouble when Dad gets home if he reads these comments. And we do have some toss news for you, and Luke's brought it to you in the chat as well that the Pirates have won the toss and elected to field this time. So that's game 2 coming up. It doesn't start until 7:30 local, which is in about just under an hour and a half. Rowbottom on strike. Pitched up, nice looking shot though from Rowbottom. Seems a bit more comfortable against the medium pace of Garrett. Just a single, but at the moment, Pirates, they need to do something fast.
Well, that being said, it was really that first over that did most of the damage, and since then it hasn't quite been as prolific in terms of runs scored.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a good power play though.
Flipped off the toes. Edgela, who slips and almost scores the run out, and Rowbottom slips, he drops his bat and he gets back eventually. Well, let's have a look at this one. Edgela has trouble on the turn, and well, it had knock-on consequences, didn't it? You see, just slips as he's making the turn, and Rowbottom abandons the bat. Maybe thought he could run back quicker without it, but in the end they get away with it, just a single, and that is the end of the power play. 30 for no loss. The Giants in great shape. It was also with that first over, wasn't it? Pancho, we haven't seen him since. We feel like he probably will get a second over somewhere along the way, but they need wickets and they need them fast. Looks to me like you know, change of bowling here. It's going to be Richard Cunningham.
Yeah, key linchpin in Gibraltarian cricket.
He's a good man, Richard. And so he's going to come on, and he described his bowling as rubbish off spin to me earlier, but I think he's being a bit unkind to himself. He's a wily character, and he's going to come in. They need something to happen. First one outside off stump, cracked away nicely. Nice bit of timing, but a good piece of fielding down there by Garrett, who's in the thick of the action. Just a single.
Much to his son's amusement on the chart.
It's nice to have that kind of family support. I bet that if Mark was watching Mel play, I bet he'd be very supportive. Oh, this is going to be 6, and he's picked this one up. He's gone with the spin over cow corner. Maximo, 6 more. And Rowbottom, after a fairly cautious start, he certainly had no problems as he whacks that one over the leg side for 6.
Yeah, did really well. Just opened himself up and swung across the line, picking it up off that length. Nice bit of timing as well. Didn't hit it too hard.
Yeah, he did try and overhit that one, did he? Saying, come on, Richie, in the chat. See if Cunningham can come back. And it's a good delivery. He was on the walk, but just, I think it was smart. He pulled out of the shot. It wasn't quite to the pitch of it, so he's happy just to take the one, and that's good decision making from Rowbottom and a good opening partnership. They've almost knocked off half the runs already, and we're only into the 4th over.
Yeah, and looking more and more comfortable, aren't they? Both of these batters.
Pitched up. Pretty good bowling. But I'll just get the one here. Well, Phil, South Africa in the chat saying it was kind of England and Australia to fill in for us, but it's great to have the real cricket back. Well, that's very kind of you there, Phil. I didn't like watching
I'm not sure the English would feel the same.
And of course, still got the women's Ashes going on, and that's right in the balance, thanks to some unseasonal rain down under. And of course, a test result was on a knife's edge, wasn't it, yesterday? Also some other good cricket stuff from India. I watched a bit of that. I watched some, obviously, the England West Indies T20s at the moment. It's PSL going on at the moment. But yeah, I mean, there's nothing. One thing I can guarantee is nothing quite like European Cricket Network cricket.
I can just imagine you sitting in hotel quarantine, commentating on the Ashes to yourself.
Nice to be quiet for a bit. This one just blasts through Cunningham.
Nutmeg.
It's well, it's pretty good bowling. Not great goalkeeping, but it just concedes one. And that's the end of the fourth over. It's 41 for no loss. As we just remind you wherever you are around there, you can get involved in the live chat. And I know a lot of people are. Sam, Nick, it's been great to have you chipping in. Nico Fernando saying he can't wait for the Italy series. I'm sure we'll get to Italy again for ECS cricket at some point during the year. And to encourage you to keep interacting. It's one of the unique and special things about watching cricket on ECN is you can talk to us live no matter where you're watching around the world. And well, I know there'd be a bit of support for this youngster, Louis Bruce.
Yeah.
He missed out with the bat. Certainly didn't disgrace himself, but punched one straight to cover. But now he gets a chance with the ball. Only 16 years of age. And a great experience. Let's see if he can make the most of it with the ball. He's still growing, I think.
Yeah,
and
big tall lad,
he's
isn't
already
he?
pretty tall, isn't he? But Edgela's in, and so's Rowbottom now. I think they know they don't have to do anything too crazy. They can be pretty selective with the balls they go after. Pretty good start from Bruce, but he's chipped off the toes. Nice shot.
Yeah, well played,
And he almost gets in an awful mess there. That's Thomas Phillips. He went with the feet, but then he realised he also needed his feet to keep him upright. So in the end, he does make the stop. But yeah, Edgela, he's looking better and better the longer he bats. So 43, this opening partnership currently. Bruce got a bit of pace to him. Whippy kind of action.
He's built to be a fast bowler, this kid, Louis Bruce.
Yeah, well, I mean, if he obviously can bat at the top of the order, he looked pretty good technically with the bat. And with the ball, I like what I've seen, even though it's a couple of deliveries. So, I think his kind of experience can only enhance his kind of mental side of his game as well. So full goes with a hit. Wow, wasn't picked up cleanly by Nadeem Hussain, but I think if he did pick it up cleanly, I'd have had a chance for a run out. Sam Nick in the chat saying, as a Brit living in Germany, is more likely to see MSC Frankfurt win than at the moment. This is in the air. Now Bruce, he's going to have to do his own work here. He backs back and he takes the catch.
Good catch.
Oh, he's triple threat. Bat ball, field. He had to do his own work. There's nobody around, and he does get the big wicket of Edgela. And what a good moment for the young man as he takes his first wicket in televised cricket. And he ends the only partnership at 45. It's 45 for one.
Yeah, lovely. Great for the confidence. Nice ball, just dropped it in short and put a bit of extra pace on it. Edgela, who's looked fairly capable out there today. He's been one of the gaps, but on that occasion. And just to point out that it was Luke Belgium in the chat saying, could we see the first 50 partnership of the tournament? We saw one yesterday, but it was a nice bit of commentators cursing from far, Luke.
Yeah, maybe Luke. You got a future in the commentary box with those kind of cursing skills, as Sean's pointed out as well. It's just kind of got on to Edgela a bit quicker than he thought, didn't he? And so a nice bit of composure as well. I mean, I know it's a catch that should be taken, but I think when you're acutely aware that there's a global TV audience watching you, there's no such thing as an easy catch. But
I see him using his height as well, though.
Yeah, Barley's the new batter. Happy to play this one away. And they're quite attacking here in the field, having the kind of two short mid wickets in really. One's more of a wide short mid on, but they don't want to give up that single because I think they know they need dot balls to get back into this game. So even though they risk boundaries on that leg side, leaving deep mid wicket open, I think this probably is the right move to gamble at this stage. Last ball of the over. Well bowled by Bruce. Really good over. What a good first over from the
great
youngster.
over.
Only concedes 4, picks up the wicket of the opposition captain, and after 5 overs, it's 45 for 1.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there, Vinny. The time is now to play attacking cricket for these Pirates. Make like their names and attack. And I wouldn't mind seeing a slip into him for his next over.
Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, you do need wickets. But I think it's good captaincy as well from Kieran Ferrari to kind of gamble on the extra infielder there, because if you just leak singles now, you've got no chance.
Yeah, that's right.
So, it's a good piece of bowling. I mean, they're going to roll the dice again by bringing back Richard Hatchman. He's got a bit of pace about him, and again, they're keeping that field with a kind of, now it's more of a deep, not deep, it's a short forward square leg and a short mid wicket, trying to cut off the singles. There's a big gap at deep mid wicket, and he comes to row bottom. This is the kind of ball that they're hoping, if they can gamble, and if it comes off with 2, 3, 4 dot balls, they're just trying to push that rate a bit further above the run of ball. And if you can do that, and I think any time that you keep the runs required above the balls remaining, you're still in with a chance as a fielding side.
Yeah, it's just generating pressure, isn't it, at this stage?
Too short, goes upstairs. This will be the one bouncer for the over. Rowbottom misses out. Sam Nick asking in the chat how old Louis Bruce is.
Should we ask him?
Oh, I know.
He's just
actually,
having it long on.
he's 6. I think he's more specific. He's 16 and a half. So he's check that out. I know he's 16, but I was wondering how long till he's 17. Turned 17 in the European summer, around the middle of the year. Certainly a good prospect. Gives himself some room. This has been good work at Cunningham.
I'd like to see a bit of pressure building on Rowbottom here.
Hatchman, I should say, has come back at a good time, I think. And look, when you think about that first over went for 17, if you take that out of it, I mean,
It's been not bad, has
the
it?
scoring rate's been a little bit less than what's required, in fact. If he wants one here, he's not going to get one. So that's 4 dots. In fact, that's 6 dot balls in a row, 7 if you include the wicket. So score's just grounded at the moment. And, well, we've seen funny things happen before. You get all kinds of momentum shifts in a game like this. And I think smart captaincy, particularly to be a bit more attacking in the field, using it your best bowlers, you think, for this situation. Slower ball this time, cracked, he finds the fielder, they'll get one, so they will break the drought, but it's just a single, and suddenly you just feel that this game's come alive. And credit to Louis Bruce, who came on and bowled an excellent over. You can see that the last over and 5 balls, we've only had 5 runs. So 11 legal deliveries. Gives one back here though with a wide. Doesn't need it too much, but certainly can't afford too many of those. And you have a look now at that run rate required, and probably go down a little bit after that wide. But now it's pretty much at the rate that it started at. So you've lost edge a lot, obviously. And they're a bit thin on the batting, you have to say, compared to last night, the Giants, when they had players like Lorne Burns and Lee Rimmer in the lineup. Swing and a miss. Well bowled by Hatchman, who does his job. In fact, he only concedes 6 runs off his spell tonight. And it's the Giants, who are just staggering a bit in this chase now. 6 overs down, it's 47 for 1.
Yeah, that's terrific. T10 bowling by Hatchman, and also keeping in mind he did give away a couple of sundries. So very good return for him.
Now, what do you think? You go back to Louis Bruce straight away?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got that pressure build up now. Like you said, we're not sure how deep the Giants can bat. We know that Joey Marples is still in the shed. He made a few runs yesterday.
And the other thing is, if you hold
Horton, I imagine.
Yeah, if you hold anyone back at this stage, you risk, if there's one bad over, then you kind of the game can get blown away.
Yeah.
You know, it's a 31 of 24 required. But well, this is why I was never allowed to be a captain. They're not going with Bruce straight away, or are they? No, he's now a hat receiver, because they're going to go for Nikhil Advani. So what they're trying to do here is they're just trying to sneak an over in. Yeah. And I'm sure Bruce will get a second.
And it's the right time to do it as well. These are the overs where the game's decided, in my opinion.
I think that the next 6 balls will determine whether it's a good decision or not, because It's a bit of a gamble, I think, to go away from Bruce. But they're just trying to sneak one in here from Advani. And first one will be called a wide. Because I would have thought, okay, let's say you do need to bowl Advani. You'd rather if you get a good over from Bruce in the bank, and then the rate's a bit higher. But he hasn't got too much wrong tonight, Ferrari, as captain. This one's just pushed away. Just one. Even Rowbottom, who he has cracked that one big 6 and a 4, but he's just going to run a ball pace, which isn't quite what's required at the moment. Need a little bit more at the 7.5 mark. Barley hasn't scored yet. He'll get a chance now. He's 0 off 3. Pretty well bowled by Advani.
Good bowling, Mark.
Yeah, so I mean, it just shows you, don't put in the book just yet. I mean, with Edgela going there, you felt like this was a foregone conclusion, but Bruce came back and he removed him. Still got Ravi Panchal with an over. If he can get it right towards the back end of the innings. Well, this is miles in the air. Good luck. And who wants this? The keeper's after it, but he's not going to get there. It was always blowing away from him. And you can see what Advani was thinking. He was thinking, well, that's probably a keeper's catch, but I think you just felt the ball was always gaining ground on the keeper Ferrari. And I think he called for it early, but then he had a bit of remorse.
And what we saw there was the pressure on Rowbottom building up and up and up over an hour, over and a half. He's feeling lucky to get away with that.
And now he goes for this, but this could be a chance. It's Panchal, and he doesn't drop too many, and he doesn't drop this. So, well, it doesn't cost him too much as Advani comes on, and the gamble to change the bowler pays off. I said to Kieran Ferrari, hasn't had much wrong in his decision making tonight. It's the second wicket down. The Giants are 51 for 2, and suddenly you feel like this game is a toss-up.
Yeah, you certainly do. It is even Stevens at the moment, Vinny. And that's just the result of those couple of overs, good pressure, wicket falling, and these two batters just getting cramped down a little bit, both of them trying to hit out, and one of them was bound to fall.
That's a good catch. And Panchal's a bit of a down-the-ground specialist. It's unusual to see him taking a catch with 2 hands, actually, on ECN. And he certainly made that look pretty easy. I love about ECN as well is he gets so many close contests as the sun is setting over the Western Grandstand right now. And Varney comes into the new batter, cuts away, just be a single. This is Robert Azapati, who gets off the mark immediately. Of course, in ECN cricket, if the batters do cross during a catch, then they're asked to cross back. So to get that advantage, so the new batter had to face. It's been a good rule. We brought it in just before the ECC last year. And Rowbottom, 20 off 20. He's going to face the last ball, the 7th. And Varney's only gone for 5 this over.
We're feeling this pressure as well, Rowbottom.
The charge probably would have been a wide, and so we might have a run out here, and we will. So can you believe this? It's a worst case scenario. I'm sure this ball would have been called a wide. He cracked it at the fielder, and I think that Azapati was doing the right thing. He was backing up, thinking, get the single, get the set batter back on strike, but instead he has to be sacrificed. It's just a complete miscommunication. Looks as off the pitch basically by the time he hits it, and it's about there. And Azapati knows he's in some serious trouble. It's taken cleanly by the bowler, knocks off the bails, 3 wickets down, 7 overs down as well. It's 52 for 3.
Well, good thing we're not captains of this team, Vinny, because we would have put Bruce on for that over, but Advani, as it turns out, had exactly what was needed. I
don't think everything's deliberate. I don't think that Ferrari was saying, look, bowl a short, wide one that's going to be outside the edge of the pitch.
Not part of the plan.
And then we might get a run out. I think that luck still plays a big part in this game. But look, I thought it was a risk, but it's a risk that paid off to not bring Bruce back immediately. And now he comes on in a great position. 26 required off 18 balls. You need a steadying over here because they've just fallen off the pace. There's only been 11 runs in the last 3 overs. You've got Bruce to bowl one. You've got probably Ravi Panchal to bowl one. I know he's expensive, but he's a class performer. It's hard to imagine he won't get another one. Then you've got to work out where the other over is going to come from. I might go for something like that. Garrett again. Might try another option. So, real nail biter as the sun goes down in Gibraltar. Sam Houghton, the new batsman. Yeah, it's no reason for a new batter to come in this circumstance where the rate's just been creeping up. And so Houghton gets off the mark. I think at number 5, we saw him batting 8 in the game he played last night, but he's a guy that we've seen bat in the top order when he was playing for Sir Oliver Split in the Croatia competition last year. Ooh. Oh, this is a really good delivery from Bruce. It bites back off the wicket, beats the inside edge, and it was an excellent piece of keeping from Ferrari to stop this from going for 4 byes.
He moved like a Ferrari, didn't he? Look at that. Great take.
That knocks him over. That's a big wicket. He's set, but he's not quite going to run a ball pace here, Rowbottom. Do I see Marples with that? Maybe might be next. Oof. Good Yorker, but he gets lucky, and he gets a bit of bat on this. Runs away, and it'll just be a single. At the moment, it's the Pirates that can handle singles. Once again, we see a total standing up. Even though it's not a big total, but the pressure of the chase can do funny things to batting teams.
Yeah, and they're able to put that fielder back out again now, having really constricted the run rate. So the pressure is all on the Giants.
Head around nicely by Houghton. We'll get a single here. Now, just kind of relying on the fact that they're going to get a big over somewhere. As you see this run rate's blown out and will be much intense after that single. They just need a steadying boundary, don't they? Bruce not really able to make an impact with the bat, but he certainly has with the ball on his ECN debut. Takes this one on, slices it away, and it's the boundary they needed. Just opens the face on this one, Rowbottom.
Found the valve.
Wasn't a bad delivery at all, but just the placement there hits it late enough to get it away from Mark Garrett out at deep point. So that one just gets things a little bit more under control. 19 off 13 required.
Yeah, still eminently doable. And it's going to need a few more shots like that.
Huge delivery this though. Last one for Bruce in his spell. It goes in the air, and is it going to get over the fielder? He goes back and he drops the catch. And they're going to get back for 2 as well. It wasn't an easy one, of course. It is windy conditions tonight. He did well to get back out of the circle. He got in a great position to take it. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite hold on. And that's Phillips again, I think, at mid-wicket, who grasses this one. Artificial grasses it. Still, great work from Louis Bruce. 1 for 13. And at the end of 8 overs, 61 for 3. Coming up, we have the rematch. And the Giants, well, I'll hope they're not 0-2 at the start of the next game. It's the Pirates who will be fielding first. And they certainly, despite a first over that got away from them, have given a good account of themselves here in match 3. And that is coming up. Match 4 begins in around about an hour from now. So make sure you join us on the European Cricket Network. Ravi Panchal, well, he was the culprit early on. 17 came off his first over, but he can make up for it here with the good 9th. 17 pardon me, required off the last 2 overs. Short, cut away in the air, in the gap, and this one is going to run all the way to the boundary. That is a really nice shot, and Houghton is certainly shown that he handles the pressure well. This one might have been a wide, there was no real footwork, but he's just got a good eye, plays away from his body, and the most important thing, he got it into a gap and he got a boundary.
Yeah, most things works pretty well for him just then. Sam Horton didn't seem quite middle, it was a bit top edgy, but just placed it perfectly.
Pancho makes the adjustment. Cut away nicely again. Well, yeah, this is going to be 4 more. Excellent shot by Houghton. Well, he was in great position for this one to use the pace of Panchal against him. And that's back-to-back boundaries. And you'd have to say after that, the Giants are in control of this chase.
Yeah, that was beautifully played. Just rocked back, used the wrist really well. Ball timing. And here we are in the penultimate, Rico's favourite, the 9th, and it's all happening.
All happens in the night. The thing with Panchal though, that's more of a start of the innings kind of a line and length. I think this is the time where you need to be full, you need to be straight, you have to be attacking the stumps. It's just a bit risky. He's made the penalty so far. Once again, it's outside the off stump. Well, he loses his footing, but he does well to stop it in the end. It was certainly not textbook fielding from Stephen Gilbert down there at third man, but just one.
Down.
And it gets Houghton away from the strike. He had the hot hand there, and he certainly made a difference since he's come to the crease now. They've got under a runner ball. 8 required off the last 9. They need to find some dots from somewhere and throw them on strike. Swing and a miss.
Just not playing the ball. He was premeditated that one, I think.
Yeah, that one was a little bit straighter and a little bit fuller. And I think that was a better delivery from Panchal. Certainly looks like we're going to last over at this stage. 2 to come in the 9th. Pushes away, gets his one. So 7 off 7. Well,
It's coming down to the very end. This one, Vinny. You getting the tingle?
I've got a bit of the tingle, got to admit. A long way from there at the moment though. We did have a golden ball, second last match of 2021. Could we get one on the second day? Long way from home at the moment. 7 off 7, last ball for Panchal. Gets this nicely, and look, if you score for every ball from now, you win as a batting side. Takes us to the end of the 9th over. Very good one for the Giants. Panchal ends up conceding 28 of his spell. We'll be hoping to improve on that in the second match of this doubleheader tonight. It's 72 for 3.
Yeah, I think pretty good for the Giants here. Sam Horton's going to retain the strike. Gee, he plays really well off the back foot. Just reads that length very quickly and gets into position nice and easily. So it is momentum swinging back to the Giants at the moment, that's for sure, but it'll be interesting to see how Ferrari responds to that with his field placements.
Yeah, how's the pressure? And it will be Garrett to bowl the last over. We're wondering who they go back to. So
A couple of slips in the gully, I reckon.
it's every ball's crucial, we know that. I think Houghton, he's the man that I'd want on strike actually at the moment, even though he hasn't been there quite as long, but he's looked very confident so far because he does have that T10 experience. I wouldn't say he's necessarily an actual T10 player, but I think he has learned how he can adapt his game. That's why I think he's a useful guy to have in the top order, or he's top 4 or 5. So
Just bringing extra cover in a little bit.
looking forward to this last over. Goes over the leg side. Now, when they go for 2 here, I think they think about it. They're taking on the throw, and they get there. Well, that's good running. You see, both batters knew how important it would be. Obviously, the extra run, but also Houghton, who is coming, is hitting the ball. The sweeter of the 2 batters right now. So that now makes it 5 required off the last 5 deliveries. Up to that will be 4 required off the last 5. 74 for 3 is the current score. It goes for this, and it could be all over. It will be. So it is Houghton, the man who is able to finish the job. Excellent shot. Well, you can't really blame Garrett, can you? But
I'm sure his son will.
and so, oh well. Sam Houghton has been a good pickup for the Giants, and they win match 3, and they win their first one of the series. And what an excellent contest! It felt like they lost their way in that kind of middle to late period, as Bruce kind of found a gear which was able to slow their innings down, and then it was cashed in as well by Hatchman. But it was Houghton, the man that came to the crease, 18 not out of 8 balls, and in the end. It was just what the Pirates were fearing as one batter got going, and they win this match with 4 balls to spare. Now let's look at some of the highlights. And early on, it was Edgela who was at the top of the order, and it was 17 off the first over, which was not what the Pirates wanted. Panchal just not quite bowling his best game. Again, he'll have that opportunity to come back in the next game. And there was a bit of luck for Angela as that one disappeared to the boundary. You'd have to say that with 17 off the first over, the fact is, off the next few overs, they had 4, 9, 11, 4, 2, 5, 9. So there's not a lot of double figure overs in there, and that's what kept them in the game. This is one that went miles in the air, and it was Louis Bruce that came on, and he was the one that changed the course of this match, and it looked like he might actually do enough to sneak a win for the Pirates on debut.
Yeah, he sure did. It was great to see the youngster get involved early on. He came out opening the batting and wasn't able to quite get going, but with the ball he certainly did a job. And the decision was to bring on this man, Nikhil Advani, and not only picked up a wicket, but also somehow affected a run out from a ball that would have been a wide had the batter not gone chasing it. But as it was, talking of chasing, the Giants, they did successfully manage to do just that. With some big strong hitting by Rowbottom as well. He really anchored down that innings, putting on 28 of 27 deliveries.
Yeah, he kind of say the anchor, but
yeah.
it felt like he was weighing him down at times. But the thing is, he did stay there. He did provide some stability, and certainly his job as an opener, he would have felt that he wanted to be the one to make sure that he was there when the winning runs were hit, and he was able to. Then it was Houghton that came up with the goods. So he certainly did his chances of batting up the order no harm as he steers the Giants to their first win in ECN cricket. And they are now 1-2, and they'll be hoping to win the second match tonight to go back to even Stevens as we look at the chase. And Edgela got them off to a good start, didn't he? 24 off 16 before he became Louis Bruce's first victim in ECN cricket. Rowbottom batted through the innings for 28. But it was Houghton at the end who came up with 18 not out, and he was just able to find those boundaries they needed to chase it down these runs with 4 balls to spare. Only 6 extras in the innings, so I think they didn't give them too much. I mean, Patchell did give away a couple early, but for the most part, you can see who was keeping the Pirates in the game. Hatchman only conceding 6 off his 2 overs. Bruce was excellent, 1 for 13, and also Advani, they gambled with him, and you thought maybe they might try him in the last over as well, but they decided to go for a seam-up option. Didn't really work out for them, and it's the Giants that win the first match tonight on night 2. Well, Joe, we're going to have a bit of a break. We'll be back in about 45 minutes to take you into the second match tonight. Certainly will be a good rematch. Hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching around the world. Can encourage you to check out EuropeanCricket.com. You can even read up on some of the European Cricket League action, which will be coming your way from Monday. And also, don't forget the live chat's open for any of your comments and questions. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Joe Wigasani. Hope you're having a wonderful time with ECN back in your living room. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket T10 Gibraltar.
And a very good evening, cricket lovers around the world. Welcome back to the Europa Sports Complex here in the lovely southernmost tip of the beautiful European continent. We're here in Gibraltar. I'm Joe Wegasani, and it's been an evening full of entertaining cricket so far. We had a fairly low-scoring affair in the previous fixture, which was won in the end by the Calpe Giants. Calpe, of course, their name coming from the old Roman Latin denomination for the giant rock behind us. Mons Culpa, they called it. And that's exactly what the Giants were. They were a big rock. Chasing down that total. And we're going to do it all again now. And it's going to be the Pirates 11. Yar. Come on. Have a ball, having won the toss. And the wind here seems to have dropped down quite significantly. And, we see that there have been a few changes in these lineups. For the Giants, they've got two players coming out to open the batting who weren't in the last 11. Morn Burns and Lee Rimmer. Lee Rimmer, of course, putting on a good show last night, showing his wares with the bat. Morn Burns as well, who want to get going. He's got something in him. They'll be facing up to this young man, Louis Bruce, who bowled a spectacular spell. Last match really almost brought his team home. He'll be on the first ball. Let's play some cricket here in the lovely Europa Sports Complex. Looks like everyone is ready. Of course, speaking of ready, be ready for this. Let's go, folks. So the first one from Louis Burns, short outside off, punched away to point. And Morn Burns gets his first run for this evening. Coming back into the commentary environs with me, it's of course Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sandu. How are you, Vinny?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. And certainly looking forward to this return contest. Fantastic.
There comes Burns. Oh, that's a good ball, just angling in, cramping up the right-hander. Rimmer good enough to just tuck it away behind his pads and take a single.
It's been really impressive tonight, hasn't he? Louis Bruce on debut.
Yeah, he sure has. 16 and a half years old, as you are. 16 and a half. Sure has. 16 and a half years old. Louis Bruce, and that's a good Yorker angling in. And this time it's Morn Burns who's good enough to get some bat onto it. Squeezes it out to backward point and takes another single. So a pretty steady, slow start to this match.
I would say that slight changing conditions now. The sun has gone down. The artificial light's in full effect.
And that's a good one as well. Just not quite as full as the previous, but also angling a little bit down leg.
But the other thing I noticed is the wind's gone down a lot, hasn't it? It's a lot calmer. Still a bit of a breeze, and
there's definitely a dew that's settled on.
Yeah, and it is dewy. It really is.
We found that out just then, didn't we, Vinny?
We did. Kicking the ball around in the break, trying to get ourselves active. But yeah, I think the ball will be a little bit slippery for the bowlers. Let's see how they handle it. Bruce, so far so good.
So Bruce Burns, it's a bit of a slow ball, but nice and full and just driven down to mid-off by Burns, who's looking fairly comfortable at the moment.
That was fielded by Adedayo Ataloye, who has international cricket experience for Nigeria, in fact. So I said we can see Africa from here. There's a bit of an African cricket connection there. It's good to see him into the lineup for his debut.
Bruce to Rimmer now. Oh, that's a good ball as well. Might have gotten under. It's been really well taken behind the stumps, and the umpire heard it as well. It's gone. Edged out, fantastically taken by Kieran Ferrari back there, who diving away to his left, managed to glove it.
What a catch. I mean, it's a big inside edge, and he's got that in the
Right
webbing.
in the pocket, yeah.
Got in the webbing, and the wickets don't come much bigger than that. These two put on 70 plus last night. as an opening partnership, but that one, he did well to take it. And what he did well as well is he took it in the left hand, but his right hand impacts the ground so it doesn't knock it out because he had a kind of precarious grip on it. But what a great moment for young Louis Bruce, picking up a big wicket of Lee Rimmer, and that's the end of a very eventful first over here in match 4. It's 5-4-1.
Yeah, great start to his cricketing career, his Gibraltarian cricketing career. Louis Bruce taking 2 wickets already tonight and going at a very, very nice economy rate as well. Just 5 runs off that over. It's a perfect start for these Pirates.
Yeah, the Giants have Burns and Rimmer in. They've also got Jack Horrocks in with the ball. And so, look, you'd feel the Pirates, they weren't able to beat the Giants without those players. So to have any chance, the Pirates need to take these early wickets. They've got one. They've got to get through Burns and probably Edgeler too. As we see Richard Hatchman coming in.
And that one just dropped short, but got a bit big on the batter who swung around for the pull shot, but couldn't get much more onto it. Just bobbing it up and falling just short of the man at mid-wicket.
Yeah, they'll be hungry, the Pirates, because they want to avoid the same fate as the Giants last night going on to it. It's a big hole to dig. It's 8-match preliminary series.
One shot again. It's got a big edge though, gone over the keeper's outstretched glove, and it will trickle away to the boundary for another 4.
Yeah, well, a bit of luck. Edgeler has got a couple of runs in this direction, doesn't he? And it doesn't quite get in position there. Back foot not quite getting across, but the result is decent. And it's a boundary for the Giants captain.
Yeah, really carries the full weight of his name, Edgeler. He's good with the edges. Quite prolific in that zone behind the keeper.
Richard Hatchman's been good tonight though. He's got the comeback ball here.
That one just on a length and played on the back foot behind point. They run through for another one. There might be overthrows, buzzers as you might call them. But as it is, they will stay where they are. One more run added.
Alright, everyone can hear me okay? That's
I can hear you fine there.
that's good. Nayak in the chat as well, who is certainly keeping a keen eye on proceedings at the moment. Hatchman hunting these top order Giants. Surprised at some of the team changes as well. This next one's short and it's pulled away, and it's a nice shot. It's 1 bounce 4. That time Hatchman is getting a little bit too short, and Burns in very quick position for that shot. And the difference here, look at this, the back foot as he plays it. He just has got it outside the off stump, so he's in a better position to swivel and pull that away. Yeah. Burns is up and away.
Perfect balance there from Burns as well, as he played through that shot. With that ball, I liked the line of it and the length, just didn't quite have the pace to be able to trouble the batter of Burns' quality. Oh, that one, well, no more said. It wasn't that much shorter. It was a little bit quicker, but more than up to it. Burns, he's gone for another boundary.
Yeah, well, he didn't learn his lesson, did he, Hatchman? It's just dragged down, and Burns, because he's not the tallest, you find that often those kind of players are really good off the back foot. They get a bit of the business, and they get used to it. And it certainly has executed 2 horizontal bat strokes very well so far. Last ball of the over from Hatchman.
Well, Burns deciding to go for a bit of a stroll down the pitch, and Hatchman didn't dig it in short, saw him coming, but put it right up at him. And Burns good enough to adjust and just play it to the covers, take a single.
And end of the over as well. So it's 20 for 1 after 2. Now, the team news I was going to mention is that Sam Houghton, after taking a scene to victory in the last game, he's been rested this game, and so you won't see him out there. I don't think I'll be resting him too many more games if...
Quit while you're ahead, I reckon.
Yeah, if his last one was anything to go by. You see there that Giants, they can draw level with Turek on points at least. Don't know if they'll catch them for net run rate, but that top 2 is where you need to be if you want to make the final. After match day 10 or night 10, the top 2 teams will play off in the final. There'll be a 3rd and 4th playoff. But I will say that we had a lot of interaction on the chat already. With Belgium asking, have we set a target of matches? I think we're just going to try and do as many as possible, Luke, but I know the 1000's a magical barrier. We'd like to do that again, and look, of course, we'd love to beat last year's total. I think it was about 1,222. Anyway, here's Panchal. Let's see how he goes in this second leg of the doubleheader.
This one putting on a really nice length, and there might be a bit of trouble there. Punchell, he went to the wrong end with his foot. Forgot that he was playing cricket. And tried to kick it to affect the run out, but he kicked it to the wrong end.
It's an own goal, Joe, because if he picks this up, he can almost race Edgeler back. Look, look at where he is, but he just didn't have any awareness. He obviously didn't hear the footsteps behind him, and in the end, it'll be 2.
Bit of a brain fade. So he gives a right smile to himself and the umpire, saying, "I don't want to look at that replay later."
Look, I know it's a multi-sport facility, but you can stick to cricket when you play a cricket match.
This one's short, but Burns, he is just pulling everything short tonight and pulling it with authority. That is another big boundary to the Giants.
Yeah, well, 3rd time's the charm, and he's played this shot very well tonight. Just a bit of inseam. That one was dispatched away by Burns. And so they did get rid of Rimmer, but they haven't got rid of Burns yet. And he is catching fire on this dewy night in Gibraltar. And he moves up to 19 off only 9 balls.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a dew that creeps up on you, isn't it? You don't really notice it and think things look a little bit shiny, and give them a rub and find out that there's a big layer of condensation on everything. So it's a bit of a slower ball, but fuller and driven. So pretty simply through to cover for a single.
And the other thing is that when the sun goes down, it gets black really quickly, doesn't it, in the sky? Yeah. It's very dark already.
Can't see Morocco anymore.
We cannot see anything. Look at these floodlights, otherwise the rock disappears and everything. The sun only went down about 40 minutes ago.
So it's a better ball from Punchal. Just getting a little bit of a seam away from the right-hander on that occasion. Angela just getting a bit of an inside edge and tucking it away on the leg side and setting off for a quick single.
Yeah, so I just want to say hello as well to Rico Full, who's in the chat.
Hello,
says,
Rico.
Not just Joe and Vinny. Hope you're both doing well, doing a grand job. Well, thank you, Rico, and I hope that you are getting plenty of sleep this week, because from next week you won't be long days at the ECL, but we can't wait. It's going to be fantastic.
The Dream Team will be back to it again, as this time Burns just plays it a bit late behind wicket on the offside and takes off for another one.
And Rico enjoyed the catch as well, and I, as a keeper, I enjoyed that catch as well from Ferrari. Pirates captain certainly held on to the bounty there, didn't he? And always great when you take a spectacular catch as a keeper, but when it's a key batter as well, you dismiss it's even more special, and there's no bigger wicket than Lee Rimmer at the moment with the form that he's in.
So there's a bit of a slow one as well, but a good line. These two looking fairly set. Nothing that threatening. And you can see the ball holding up a little bit as it comes off the pitch, so good work by Edgeler to just wait on it a little bit as that over comes to a close. It's the end of the 3rd, end of the power play. And the Giants, they've already made it to 30 for the loss of just a single wicket.
Yeah, 30, but it's been Burns that's done most of the work, hasn't he? Look at that. And we knew that last night when they were chasing that 120 plus score from Tarek, it was Burns and Rimmer. But once they got out, the batting fell away pretty quickly, wasn't it? Edgeler wasn't really able to do much with the bat last night. He batted better in the first match tonight as he got them off to a decent start. But
yeah, we can see there is a little bit of a soft underbelly though to the Giants batting lineup.
It's only natural because a lot of these players haven't played a lot of cricket coming off the winter, and also the fact there hasn't been cricket played here for quite a long time. So you can understand that the top players being able to kind of get back into it quicker, but the middle and lower orders a little bit at sea, no pun intended. Anyway, here's Sebastian Suarez who comes into the side.
Oh, and that one jumped up on him. Don't know if he was meaning to leave it or tuck it away, but it looked pretty nice in the end because he's glanced at beating 3rd man and finding the rope for another boundary.
Yeah, just kind of rides this one, doesn't he? Hangs the bat out there, hopes for a little deflection. That's what he gets, and it races away to the boundary. So, Sebastian Suarez, Gibraltarian. He's 35 years old, and he's enjoying this opportunity under lights.
He rolls a nice line there as well, just a bit of movement away, but once again, Edgeler just showing his class, playing each ball on its merits, glancing it away and taking another run.
So a quick hello to Always Ahmed as well. Hello, Always.
Oh, I was.
I bet you're watching with interest. He's watching from Pakistan, obviously taking a bit of a trip.
Great captain himself.
And to tell you what, Always, he would have enjoyed that left-handed keeping catch as well. What did you think of it, Always? It's top quality.
And this time just a bit wide outside off, and it's been punished through the covers. That is a great back foot shot. all the way to the rope for another 4.
Beautiful shot. It's a class shot. There wasn't too much wrong with the ball, but he just waits for it. And I mentioned yesterday with this pitch, because it doesn't necessarily always zoom through. It's a bit of a tennis ball style bounce. And so players that are good off the back foot, I think they'll enjoy that. Just timed that one perfectly, pierced the field. Another boundary to the Giants, who are steadily building an imposing total here in match 4.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one. When you come to the Northern Hemisphere, you often have to play on the front foot but wait for it. But this one with the bounce and that slowness, it definitely takes some adjusting, and these two seem to have found their niche. And on that occasion, just once again, going forward, having time to go back. Like you said, if you're comfortable on the back foot, you can certainly find your way through the straight wicket of Gibraltar.
That's right. Well, I mean, the thing is, if you overcommit early forward, then you can find yourself in a kind of no man's land with the ball.
Yeah.
The ball doesn't quite reach you. It's one thing if it is full enough to really go for that drive and nail it. Anyway, over to Edgelin out.
And that one, he takes a big heave at it, but only gets it inside edge. Tucks it away to mid-wicket region, takes a run. So these two building a fairly healthy partnership. Until the loss of that wicket. After 4 overs, they're still travelling along at a really, really good clip.
Yeah, he's got one more ball in this over. But yeah, after losing Ribbon for 2, I think these players will be very happy with his partnership with 36 so far.
Well, once again, he's just given himself some room. He's moved across the offside, turned what was a fairly good line into one, veering down leg, and did what Burns has been doing. He has smoked it for another, well, a big 6 that time, all the way over the fence.
He adjusts this really well, because I think it bounced a bit more than Burns thought. He got big on him, but he has such a good eye that he makes the adjustment, still gets it pretty close to the middle of the bat. So that Maximo, pretty impressive as we get to the end of the 4th over, 47 for 1. Just a reminder, you can all get involved in the live chat, just like Always Ahmed has, and Charlie Hunt, who is doing good things in media as well. I know that Charlie interviewed me late last year. And Charlie saying good evening everyone, great to see European cricket back on the screen. Well, it's not going anywhere, I'll tell you that much. There's going to be plenty of it over the next few weeks and even months, as we have just over a week left in Gibraltar, and we've got the ECL starting on Monday. 30 clubs are going to vie for that trophy. What a trophy it is as well. Now this is an interesting bowling change, because the Nigerian national player, former national player, Adetayo Ataloye, is going to bowl over number 5. So first chance to get a look at him. He's into the side. He's on ECN debut tonight. Let's see if he can break this burgeoning partnership for the Giants.
And he's got most of the players on the leg side out on the fence. Make sure he's long on log off, fairly wide. Gives it a big loop, turns into a bit of a full toss, been smacked straight down the ground, and a really good stop there. Great work. That was Ravi Panchal, of course, coming across from long off and diving spectacularly with the one hand to prevent the boundary.
Top class fielder, isn't he? And Ataloye gets away with a full toss first up. Ravi Panchal, he's almost worth 2 fielders in that position. Does come to the ground very quickly.
Protecting the boundary and protecting our equipment.
I was springing up to protect the computer that time.
This one is a long, looping, wide ball that will have to be delivered again. Ataloye just taking a few deliveries to get into the swing of things. That was a flatter shorter one, but still bowling short to Burns is flirting with danger, because he has been pulling everything away. On that occasion, just trickling it down to backward square leg and taking just the one.
Quick hello to Alan Mount as well as in the chat. Great to see you, Alan. Hope you're well.
Well, that's better from Ataloye. But once again, Edgelin, he's also doing his part in this partnership and showing his proficiency, playing late on the back foot. Behind point, he's been doing that quite regularly so far. And this time, Burns once again wandering across. He's just trying to find those gaps on the leg side. Can't find it on that occasion. Just gets one more to add to his name.
Sweep shot, not as easy as it looks on TV. You've got to time it just right, especially when there's not much pace on the ball.
Yeah, especially when it's thrown up as well.
Yeah, he's seeing it very well at the moment. That's an indication. And well in at the moment. Off spinner this time.
Yeah, that was well paddled, well read. Just waited on it and played the ball that was bowled to him rather than going for anything premeditated, and manages to find the rope for another important 4. The Giants, they are on their way to a giant total if they keep going like this.
Yeah, Ataloya, he tried the wrist spin. He decides to throw in the variation. This one was an off spinner, but he was sitting there waiting for it, wasn't he? Angela, who's found some form with the bat tonight. He moves to 19.
Start one in at the stumps here. No, he throws it up, and that is drivable, and that's exactly what Edgela's done. Nothing edgy about that. He has smashed that down the ground. One bounce over the rope for another 4.
Yeah, and this is a correct shot to play because he plays it with the spin. It's a challenge kind of delivery from Ataloya. Angelo was well balanced, and he resists the urge basically to try and hit this leg side like a lot of players fall for it. And he finds the gap, and even Rugby Pancho couldn't catch up with that. As it takes us to the end of the over. And they're sitting pretty at the halfway mark. Giants are 60 for 1.
Yeah, and they'll be happy with this. You can really tell with the Giants that they have been learning through the 3 matches they've played so far. Angelo, well, I should say Burns and Rimmer came out showing significant intent, and so too has Angela. Just understanding that this is a different format. Many of them haven't played in the 10 over format, and you don't have much time to get into things. You just got to come out and start playing shots pretty much straight away. That one's short and down the leg side, and despite the big swing and a miss, it sails past the bat, sails past the keeper, and trickles down to the rope. That'll be 5 wides.
Burns was on the other end of some of these yesterday, so the keeper there becomes a spectator. He didn't think Burns was going to miss out on that. He had to just go and try and block that angle. So it's the worst possible start, isn't it, for William Peters? 5 wides. I'm going to have to bowl that one again.
Well, that one's short and on the leg side and gets the same treatment. Well, he's another Burns victim, because Burns has been hitting those to the rope all evening and will continue to do so. It's another 4.
Yeah, it's asking for trouble. Yeah, you've got to try and force Burns onto the front foot. It's not that he can't play those shots, but I think, especially at the pace of Peters, Burns is just looking to pounce on anything short, and you can't really protect that quarter of the ground because you can only even have two fielders behind square. So, going to try and make him do something different. I'm going to try and pitch up outside the off stump, make him try and drive through the covers.
Yeah, that's what he goes for, full of delivery, but on one occasion Burns is showing he's got class all around the ground because he plays that square. Line point, finds the rope. Once again, it is boundary after boundary after boundary at the moment here at the Europa Sports Complex in Gibraltar.
Yeah, this is where you just throw up your hands and shrug emoji, because I think that was a pretty good delivery. It tested him, but Burns just seems so well. He even is able to wait a fraction to get it behind the fielder at point and beat the fielder at the point boundary. So
Still think it was a bit too full at this pace as well. They've got a better line though. Burns once again just driving that square. He's already moved to 43. So putting in a good knock for his team here.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd rather be too full than too short though. I think you're more likely to force a mistake out of Burns. And his last 2 were decent. From Peters, who's gone so far 14, half an over.
Well, this one is full and driven on the up and all the way up. 1 bounce over the rope. It is just raining boundaries at the moment here.
Yeah, well, he's playing shots all around the wicket. Now it's Edgela's turn. And he's already shown that he's pretty comfortable hitting over cover. So it gives the captain a bit of a headache, doesn't it? Because you can only have 5 outfielders. Which boundaries do you try and protect it? And what do you tell your bowler about where to put the ball?
Have to be able to trust your bowler as well. This time Peters, well, that's a better line and a little bit quicker, it looked like it. But once again, Angela just leaning back and punching it into the ground and setting off for 1 more. So they're also running really well between the wickets. And Peters, well, he's getting into the sort of huge over territory at the moment. 1 delivery left. It's already gone for 19.
Yeah, it could be a magical over. Rico's watching in the chat. He appreciates a magical over. He thinks Mullins went a bit too short as well.
Yeah, he's improved as the over's gone on, but they don't need to go for anything much more there. 3 boundaries off that over.
And the 5 wides, remember, as well. And that really hurt. So, yeah, 20 off. It does go magical. And the Giants, after 6 overs, are 80 for 1. Let's say quick hello to Raj Bra as well. And always saying balle. Of course, no doubt. Rico.
You're hearing plenty of that, I'm sure.
Yeah, he'll have his full routine where he'll have his perfect lemon salty solution to
warming up the vocal cords.
Get the tonsils going.
Yeah.
I know that when he hits game 1, Tunbridge Wells versus Funholm on Monday morning, just a week today, I'm going to have to turn the mic down, I think, because Rico will be raring to go.
Would love to see the reunion between you two after a winter apart.
And Raj Bra is watching from Cyprus, and it's great to see you as part of our telecast as well.
Burns this time seeing that line and realising there was a chance for the reverse, but just missing it. Well taken by the keeper in the end.
Yeah, I mean, he gets a piece of that. It'll be 4 because the backward point is at 45, and there's a big gap between him and the keeper. He's Advani.
He's going to go it again. This time, just bobbing up and coming down on him quick.
As a
anything onto it.
As a keeper, it's a tough one. You have to decide: do you try and block an angle, or do you just stay put and try and block the angle if he misses it? But that's twice that Burns has missed out on that shot.
Yeah, well pointed out in the chat there. Is this one? Well, he goes a bit wide on that occasion. A big swing by Burns, unfortunately. Can't connect to it. Well taken by the keeper, but well pointed out by Motio Raman in the chat. They've been rotating the strike very well so far, as well as exhibiting some good power hitting. It's everything you like to see in good T10 cricket. Here's Advani. And, well, Burns advanced he, but he could not get anything onto it. And a nice piece of work there by Ferrari, moving like a fine automobile. He took that, whipped off the bails, and that's the end of Burns.
Oh, wow. Well, Burns just missed out on a couple of reverses, and his decision-making's been pretty good in this innings so far, but this is what I think he'd like back. He's definitely looking for it. The charge, I think, comes before the ball's bowled. You see, he is stumped by the proverbial country mile.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why he danced down to that. It seemed premeditated, didn't it?
Yeah, he certainly, I think he goes just fractionally before the ball is released, and then he decided to go through with the shot, so he won't get that half century after all. He stumped for 44 off 22, but certainly has got them off to a lightning start as the Giants lose their second wicket, 82 for 2.
And here comes Dave Robson out to the crease.
I know that Raj Bra is saying he wants to know who's had their Alaparothas. I think one candidate would be Advani. I think Burns might have had some, but Advani, he certainly had the power to remove the dangerous opener for the Giants. So we've seen games turn on a dime. Maybe that'll be a big moment as we see David Robson coming to the crease at number 4.
Critical 7th over. Here's Advani putting it around the stumps. It's a good question to ask, but I think it was going down leg.
He's on the front foot as well. I think that's probably climbing when he's
Yeah, maybe hitting him a bit high. Let's see. It does bob up, and then
it's not a bad shout.
Hard to give.
Yeah, I just think these services, with the distance that's got between the pad and the stumps, I don't think the umpire could be confident. But certainly, it's good stuff by Advani, who was brought on in a pressure situation in the last game and delivered. Here he is again, picking up the key wicket here in match 4.
This time he strays far down the leg side, and despite the big swing, nothing doing but a wide.
Yeah, good keeping down the leg side. Ferrari already been stumping this over, but he's been pretty sharp.
Getting it a bit fuller that time, but just taken off the toes, and they set off for a quick single. And it's a good throw in, but Angela managed to ground his bat before there was any real threat to it. I've been really impressed with the fielding of all sides actually in this tournament. There have been a few drop catches, but you can expect that.
No excuses on this full table of an outfield.
Well, that's a full toss. It's been just parried back and down too long on for one more.
Yeah, one thing I haven't seen is full toss punished. Full toss is punished enough. You're getting away with it far too often, those spinners on this ground. I think you should be making them disappear. But that's also an indication, I think, of the dew on the ball. It can't be that easy. You see Advani trying to just dry the ball there so he can grip it.
This one is shorter, and it's been pulled up. It's not going to make it to the fielder though. Ayatollah, that's a lawyer.
Did not see it at all. That's come straight out of the lights. There's plenty of them to choose from. Is it 12? Yeah. There's a dozen kind of smaller line towers over there, and if it comes at a certain height, You just can't see it, but he did well to back off and give himself the best opportunity to see it.
It's absolutely true. That's on the left of the screen as the viewers are watching. There's 12 small towers as the end of the 7th comes to a close, and it's 87 for 2.
Yeah, pretty good over. 7 off it, but this is what's coming up in a week's time. Just 7 more sleeps. Put it in your calendar. Group A action on the way. 6 clubs every week from all around the European continent will be taking part, and the winner of each group will meet in the 6th and final championship week. We'll get a look at the clubs from England, Denmark, Austria, Luxembourg, Finland and France in the first week. So some good rivalries there, but there's so many of them, and I know so many players that are going to be involved in that are in the chat right now. So stay tuned. It'll be on our YouTube channel all around the world, as well as FanCode in India. It'll also be on plenty of other sports channels, we imagine. So it's a tournament that we've been waiting for pretty much 2.5 years since we had the first and only so far European Cricket League back in 2019, as we see Hatchman brought back this important 8th over.
Drops that one in short, and actually he's gone for it, but it's got a big top edge. It might be nothing going there with the fielder. Couldn't get to it in time.
I know when you're batting they say there's good leaves and bad leaves, but I don't quite know about this one. I think it's another one that he just doesn't pick up. It can be tough to pick up these high balls at night. It's an awkward sensation if you haven't played under lights too much, but he just gets nowhere near that. But fortunately, doesn't find the boundary, so they get 2 there.
Hatchman in now, and just veering down the leg side, and despite his best efforts, Ferrari couldn't quite keep hang of it, but nothing doing. Just the 1 wide added.
Got quite a few people in the chat right at the moment from Bangladesh, which interestingly, I was talking the other day, bit of trivia. It's the only country that, when spelt in English, finishes in an H. Did you know that?
No.
Think of another one. You can't.
I'm going to spend the whole rest of the match thinking of another one.
Stay on task.
That one just on a length and punched on the back foot out to the offside. We'll take one more run. We're going pretty cruisy here. They're on 90 already.
We love our Bangladeshi viewers. You know, it's 1 o'clock in the morning there. So thanks for staying up late with us. If you're watching from Bangladesh.
Yep.
In my lifetime, Bangladesh cricket has come so far.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, and I think
it's one of those places that I'm absolutely dreaming of visiting one day, Vinny. Yeah. Someone's short and got a top edge. Well, that's his power hitting zone at the moment. Robson, but doesn't get the boundary. He gets the man at third man, comes around and collects it.
Yeah, 92. And so, you know, 3/4 of the way through the innings, and it's so important you got rid of Burns. And you get rid of Edgeler now, and you're getting into some batters that haven't had too much time at the crease, and maybe you can keep it down to something like 110, 115, which may be chaseable. Hatchman's bowled well tonight. Whoops.
He's driven that on the full, and he might have found the gap as well. No, some fancy footwork there by Ataloya. Saw that one and managed to stop it getting across the boundary. There might be overthrows.
Yeah, they would have had it if they were watching. Geez, what a good bit of fancy footwork from Ataloya.
The ankle breaker.
Yeah, well, it's risky. But you can see that's all completely fine, and then just leaves it for Bruce to clean up, the youngster. So yeah, that's a good bit of fielding. Hatchman, a rare full toss from him.
Yeah, that just seems to be that wet ball, isn't it? You see them furiously trying to dry it before each delivery. Here it comes. And, it's come back, and well worth the question. It was going down leg originally, but did seem to move.
That'll be a dead ball, I think, because he didn't really try and get out the way. So this will be a dot. And it's just going down the leg side, I think, because it's pretty close. But yeah, it'll be just no score. You don't see that very often in T10 cricket. But I think he's just trying to get... Well, he's hoping that it misses his pad, and then it'll be a wide. But it doesn't miss his pad. So, yeah, that'll be a dot.
Definitely
They're
moves.
having to laugh about it as well.
Definitely moves a bit late, isn't it?
It's a bad shout, but it was just going down. You see it all here. Now they're just going to just confirm that it was a dot, but I'm sure it will be.
Dead ball. This one.
Seen a couple of times. Now, if he does try and actually get out the way of that to get a wide, then he's actually entitled to the leg byes. But I don't think he tries to get out of the way enough. I think he just kind of stands still, doesn't he? He doesn't try and avoid the ball, really.
Oh. And it's also, as we see him just rock on the back foot and play it behind point, down to the third man. It's fairly wide. Yeah, we do see it quite a bit where, you know, the batters are moving around on the crease. The end of the 8th over comes to a close. 95 for 2 is the score.
Yeah.
But you can also see his trigger movement. Edgeler is very much to come from the leg side,
Yeah.
more towards off.
It's actually a skill. It's a skill to spot balls that are going to miss the leg stump and make sure you get inside them. And that one was a bit close for comfort, but especially in this form of the game, when anything down leg side to wide, you don't want to be clumsily getting tangled up with those kind of ones, getting hit in the pads if it's going down the leg side. It's a skill I've seen as actually a crucial decision-making skill for batters in this form of the game. Anyway, quick hello to Mohammed Rafiq, who said that he's watching in Bangladesh and he's been missing it. Hello to you, Rafiq. Hope you're well. And Philippe Lima de Mello, who thinks that they can probably deal with a good result with just 100 runs in their hands. So interesting from you. He thinks it's a toss-up at the moment.
Well, that one's drivable, and that's exactly what Edgela does, but there is protection down there in the shape and form of Louis Bruce.
Yeah, Louis Bruce. Tell you what, he's looks like lucky the wind's gone down. He looks like he could blow away in the wind, doesn't he, Louis Bruce? He's very, very solid. He's in a key position, so you can see they certainly think a lot of his fielding.
Yeah, well, he's got that energy, doesn't he?
He's very straight and long on as well.
Go on, Nick. Your money, fella.
We saw him take one good catch, I believe, in the previous match. Louis Bruce took a catch off his own bowling.
Yeah.
Looks very comfortable.
He hasn't really put a foot wrong with the ball in the field, so let's see if he can do it with a bat. Have a few to chase.
This one's on the money, and he's bowled him. Yes, playing all over it and all around it. And that is a big wicket. Advani, well, he was going for that last few balls, and on that occasion, gets the straight one all the way through the gate for a big wicket.
Yeah. It's just good bowling, full and straight, doesn't matter what pace you are. So he tosses it up, he lures him into that front foot shot. Robeson, who hasn't had too much time to get adjusted, has to go for it. Misses out, pretty much yorks himself in the end, doesn't he? But Advani's been a revelation with the ball tonight with his spinners. So the third wicket falls, and it's 96 for 3 with 10 balls remaining in this innings.
Yeah, nice piece of bowling, and he's just got that knack, doesn't he, Advani? He just comes on and affects change, affects things happening. Louis Bruce just going in and asking the skipper if he can have a bowl soon.
Yeah, I think that Bruce will be pretty keen for that 10th over.
Yeah,
he's got one left. I think
surely he would.
He's the sort of guy that can just angle it in and bowl full and straight at the stumps. I think it'll be a bit of a handful, you'd imagine. Edgela's still there. I feel like he has to bat through these last 10 balls. He can be a difference maker.
I'll tell you what, they have certainly stymied the flow here.
Look who's coming in though. It's Paddy.
It's the Hatch
Paddy
man.
Hatchman.
The Hatchet man.
Yeah, he loves to hit a long ball.
Coming to do a job. Well, on that occasion, that one just bobbed up with a bit of flight, and he wasn't quite sure what to do with it. And in the end, it's just a dot ball.
So the other thing is that, of course, this is the first organised cricket played here for 5 years, but the plan is to then go forward into the GPL, the Gibraltar Premier League, shortly after the completion of this tournament, which is going to be a great competition that they wanted everyone to know about here in Gib.
This one too full and driven along the ground, but there is protection, extra cover. Comes around and collects it.
Got to say they've got all the pieces, don't they? They've got a great facility. They've got this format where they've got at the moment 5 really quite even teams, competitive teams. I think it's just exciting times to be involved in cricket in this part of the world.
Yeah, it seems like a seed has been sprouted here, Vinny. All the fine work by all the people behind the scenes here in Gibraltar. Here comes Advani. Edgela dancing down the pitch, but then having to get low and try to paddle a short ball behind square on the leg side. Gets one more run for his troubles.
Yeah, Advani's been good, hasn't he? 2 for 9 with the ball remaining in his spell. Just they haven't been able to get him away.
So let's see what can happen. 1 ball left in the penultimate. He's got that right on the money. That almost went through the gate as well. He knows it. Could have almost had another wicket, if not a stumping, but for the fact that Ferrari couldn't quite keep his gloves around it, and that's the end of the 9th over. The score is 98 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Hasn't missed too many tonight, but that is one that the captain does miss, Ferrari. So Hatchman gets a life, and this is one that...
It's the same ball, but it just bounced.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, sometimes when the ball's around the stumps, it's a bit distracting for the keeper because they think it's going to bowl the batter or it'll hit something, but that one just misses the stump. So we really should have had a third there, Advani, but he does finish with 2 for 8.
What a spell. 3 off that over as well.
You think about how things were looking at one point in this innings. You felt that they could get 120 even. I mean, they're 80 after 6 overs, so 2 a ball from there takes them to the high 120s. Now it looks like they could keep it down to something in the 100 to 110 region, especially with an over from Louis Bruce to come. He'll be bowling to Edgela. 10th overtime.
Good battle here coming up. And he's just gone for it. Whack, he said, but there's a fielder under it. It's one of the main fielders. Of course, the man that you might expect to clasp onto that, Nikhil Advani himself. He was thinking too much about his couple of wickets he just took.
Well, he had one missed off him, and then he misses one. And he just runs under this a little bit too much. It got big on him. He actually does well to stop the 4 in the end. He was caught under it, and he had to make a late movement back to live action.
So 2 runs off that one, and this time Angelo just glances it away down to deep point, takes a single.
It would have been a handy one to get rid of Edgela, wouldn't it, at this stage? It looks like Advani, he's cramping up. He only bowls leg spin. So he's got no big run up or anything. But obviously, these guys are playing for a lot of them playing for a long time. Haven't been playing for a long time. So yeah, I've liked watching him. He's been put in some pressure situations tonight, Advani. Fortunately, couldn't grasp that one, but his bowling has been crucial in keeping the score under control.
Yeah, it looks like that's what Bruce is going to try and do here. Quite a defensive field. Just going to try to keep these singles and the 2s down, make them find the rope. Oh, and that's what he's gone for, but it's got a top edge. There's Adeloya coming in, but he's also grasped it. Didn't know whether to put his fingers up or down. In the end, it mattered not because it went straight through his hands, and they ran through for 2 more.
Yeah, it hurts because it's middle kind of a total, isn't it? And if you can just save half a dozen here.
Well, it would have been defining, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but regardless, it's been entertaining.
So on the stumps this time, he's gone for the big hoik to the leg side, but it's just trickled off the underside of the bat past the keeper, and they run through for 1.
They have brought themselves back into this game, haven't they, at the moment? 103, 104 now, 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, now Angelo's on strike, and they've moved out to the rope on their 5 fielders. And he's gone for the big swing as well. It's a good piece of bowling from Bruce, because he's come in using that height and his angle. He's put it a really good length, angling back into the right-hander, and Edgela, he had his eyes set on hitting that one, going big, but just cramped him up. Ooh.
Similar to the one he took earlier. This one doesn't take an edge. He throws. I think this probably would have been out. You see this as the ball whistles past the stubs.
Have a look.
I think.
Oh,
Yeah, that would have been gone. Throws from a seated position.
Really nice from Bruce here. So he's got 2 deliveries left. Only going for the 10 runs. And Edgela, he's there. He's got 2 deliveries. Try to push his team above that 110 mark. Maybe look for a 50 himself. It's going to take a big hit.
You better get moving.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be tough because you're not on a strike. But you mean
He's not.
to wide or something maybe.
They're going to try and get him on strike now, though, as despite best efforts by Ferrari and Bruce, they cannot stop the single.
There's still one to come, I think, as score is now 107. Ball to go. So yeah, I mean, Pirates about well enough. They'll have a chance, but it won't be easy. I've got some bowlers to deal with. One of them is Lorne Burns. He didn't bowl that well last night, but he's a class leg spinner. You've got Rimmer back into the side. You've got Marples who bowled well earlier.
Horrocks.
You've got Horrocks who comes into the side.
Yep.
Edgela, of course. So it won't be easy, but I think the Giants, they'll be tested, but good second innings coming up. Last ball here.
Oh, and he's gone to whack over the mid-wicket region. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, finding the rope, ending the innings with a 4. So 111 for 3. The Giants is what they've achieved off their 10 overs, with Edgela playing the dominant hand, making 45. And that is a nice way to finish up. That'll keep their heads up.
Yeah, so there was no ball in there, which we missed. And so, yeah, it will be 111 in the end. So, 111, what do you think? I mean, it's a middle-of-the-road kind of a score. I think the fact that the Pirates, you're going to have to deal with some tough bowlers, but I think what it does do is set up a very interesting chase. In fact, it's a very similar sort of chase that we saw the Giants themselves trying to chase in the opening last night. But early on, it's Louis Bruce that came up with a bit of magic as Rimmer had to go for only 1. And what a bit of wicket keeping that was from the captain, Ferrari.
Yeah, it certainly was, coming in, affecting that early breakthrough. And that was looking like it was the Pirates on the way up. And then, unfortunately for them, just a bit of wayward bowling, just not quite finding the line and length. Hatchman there fell short too often. And Edgela, well, he can find the edge. And very often he manages to get it past the keeper to the rope. And then Burns was just showing his capability on the leg side.
He's brutal on the short ball, wasn't he, tonight?
Yeah, anything short, he was just depositing it.
And so, yeah, they had to get rid of him. Yeah, Suarez came into the lineup. It's almost like
Came in and out.
Burns in and was having a bit of fun with him, wasn't he? And yeah, it wasn't just the leg side. He played some nice shots on the other side as well. Looked very balanced tonight. I think the Giants, I know they dropped their first 2 games, but they certainly do have some of the players. You'd think if they can keep winning and getting that top 2, they'd be a real threat. But they have to make their move tonight. They'll be really desperate to defend this total and bring it back to 2-2. Halfway through their group campaign, it's hard to think they played half the games just at the end of the second night. As we saw Ataloya, enjoyed watching him as well. He came up with a bits of fancy footwork in the field. But Edgela, once again, he found a bit of form with the bat as well. In fact, he ended up top scoring in the innings with 45 not out of 26. A nice return to the form for the bat, for the captain. I'm sure he'll have a part to play with the new ball as well in the second half of this match.
Yeah, certainly will. A few positives take out of it for the Pirates. They didn't put down too many sundries, only the 4 wides and the 1 no ball, which didn't result in anything much off the free hit, as we see there that Edgela, together with it was Hutchman who came in, continued to swing out, trying to find the best total they could. But in the end of the day, well, Lon Burns played a great hand, but unfortunately just yorked himself running down the pitch.
Yeah, nice bit of keeping. Should take it, but made sure he did. It skipped on towards him, and then Varney, he was a revelation with the ball, wasn't he? As he was able to find the timber work there to get rid of Robeson. He couldn't do too much with the bat in this one. And you see the little celebration from Advani, Gil Advani, a little spinning finger. Then Bruce came back to bowl the 10th. Didn't have a lot of luck. A couple of catches went down. It ended up going for 13 in the end. And so, see Advani, he put the first one down. And then as a lawyer, similarly, but at the end, they scrambled 13 off the last. And as Luke Belgium pointed out in the chat, second time we've had Nelson in 2 nights. They finished 111 for 3 off the 10 overs with Edgela, the captain, top scoring, 45 off 26, undefeated. But it was Burns really who set the table for 100 plus total here in match 4. And see the extras there, 10 wides and a no ball. Again, probably just a few too many, but you can understand they're struggling a little bit with gripping this ball in the dewy conditions. Advani, best of the bowlers, 2 for 8. The other wicket went to Bruce, who had a couple of opportunities missed, but all the other bowlers were in double digits. And there was a bit of punishment through the middle of that innings, wasn't there, Joe?
Yeah, there certainly was. I think the Pirates, they'll be feeling, this is quite a task in front of them. They'll want all their top players to perform. As we have a look at the urban development chart, you can see there it really was in the middle overs where the greatest damage was done.
Yeah, that wicket of Burns, though, just have a look at those overs, 7, 8, 9, how they were able to keep it under control. 18 came off those 3 overs before they rebounded with 13 in the last. Well, Joe, we are going to have a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes because I can't wait to see this chase. And look, we've talked a lot tonight about the youngster Louis Bruce. He's shown it with the ball. He's shown it in the field. Let's see if he does get that opportunity at the top of the order to chase down this target. I think it'll be a very entertaining chase. Join us in just a few minutes. Until then, it's Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, along with Joe Wigasani. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more cricket. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10, Gibraltar.
Hello and good evening and welcome back to the Europa Sports Complex. I'm Joe Wegasani and we are here for the second innings of tonight's second match here for the Gibraltar T10 series. We've got the Giants versus the Pirates. It's like every kid's dream fantasy matchup here tonight. And it's the Giants who have put on a fairly decent total, 111, leaving the Pirates 112 to chase down off their 10 overs. Going to be their captain, Kieran Ferrari, out there with the youngster, Louis Bruce, who's been making a great showing of himself, both with the ball and in the field. And this is his chance with the bat after having just made 3 in the first match. He's at the non-striker's end though. It's Kieran Ferrari who will be facing the opening over, which will be, by the looks of it, let's have a look who we've got here. It's a Lee Rimmer, and he's put the first one really good level, nice line, nice length, cutting it back into the right-hander. As I welcome back into the commentary Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sandu. What do you think, Vinny?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I think they need to set a good platform, don't they? Pirates, who lost a couple of early ones in the first match tonight. Rimmer, key inclusion with the ball as well. He missed out with the bat. He's got an important job to do bowling his first over. As you see that get a bye there that sneaks past the keeper. Here's David Jacobs with the gloves this game for the Giants.
Yeah, they've been really sharing the load there between Jacobs and Horton with the gloves. Horton, as we know, played a key role in their victory in the last match, but he's 12th man tonight for this one.
Yeah.
Rimmer comes in. This one, it's popped up on the onside, but in between the fielders, there's a man at sort of short or mid wicket.
He was hunting it, wasn't he? That's Horrocks, who's back in the side. I'm sure we see him likely to bowl the second over, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
He was anticipating that, but just couldn't quite make the distance to turn that into a catch. Got to have a good start here. Got to be going at 10, as you feel, early on. 11 throughout this innings is the required rate.
Yeah, it's the understanding that the power play overs are at this side of the innings for a reason. As he just rocks back on that one and glances it down behind point. Third man runs around and collects it and keeps it to just the one.
Ayush Pandey in the chat, who was playing for Ljubljana, the Slovenian team that played in the Croatian series last year. Nice to see you, Ayush. He was comparing the bowling of Advani to Michael Dorgan from Belgrade. So, interesting comparison from you. Ayush, it's great to see you following European cricket here in 2022.
So Rimmer comes in now, puts that one straighter, and it's been pulled away, but it is Horrocks out there. He is on top of everything, and don't they appreciate it? His Giants teammates giving him the warm applause for stopping at certain runs there.
It's giant inclusion, and you'd see he is keen for it. You sit out the first game, it's only natural. You're going to be chomping at the bit to get out there. I think we'll see him bowling up to this ball, but now it's Rimmer who's doing a good job. Only 5 off this over. Last ball coming up.
That one just flatter and shorter and punched away through the offside. That's a good shot. Great shot by Bruce. And he is really showing his class, the youngster.
Yeah, it's into the over as well. Bruce, who didn't hit a boundary in his first appearance with the bat, he scored 3 or 5, but he's already outscored himself in this second match, as the score is 9 for no loss.
Yeah,
Bruce, that's got to be a confidence building boundary for him.
Absolutely, really made the most of his height as well there. Just met the ball at a high spot, rocking onto the back foot, and showing he's got a fair bit of power and timing to add to it.
Yeah, well, let's see if my prediction comes true.
Looks like it.
Yeah, I think so. Horrocks, big left armour. Paolo Butchimaza in the chat. Great to see you watching from Portugal. He says the boy has talent. Yeah, he sure does. You don't want to put too much pressure on him, but he's been put in pressure situations, hasn't he? He bowled the first over of this game. He's opening the batting in both games tonight. He's been put in the pressure position at long on. He's only 16.5 years of age. And let's see how he handles Horrocks. He won't be facing first up. It's the skipper, Kieran Ferrari, who's on strike. Second overtime.
A really good line of length. Horrocks, left armour coming over the wicket to the right-hander. Just using that angle, enticing the drive. Lucky not to get an edge on that occasion.
You'll find that with the dew, it probably won't hoop as much. That's what you'd expect, and you can kind of see that from Horrocks. But he's still dangerous if it doesn't swing because he's got that natural action across the right-hander. It's all about whether he can get that accuracy, which he needs. That's a good start from him.
This one a bit short, and on the leg side, it's been pulled away. It's been hit magnificently. That's gone up, 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 and away. All the way for a big 6.
Well, Maximo time for Ferrari. He says, yes, please. The first one was pretty much right where Horrocks wanted it. The second one was right where he didn't. Well, Sam Houghton still making himself useful there. Doing a bit of fielding in the 12th man vest, but this one, it's just dug in, picks outside leg stump, and it's pretty much just a free swing of the bat for Ferrari, who cashes in. And that's the first Maximo of the innings.
And that is the danger for Horrocks, as you mentioned. He's got to use that natural angle. If he gets it wrong, it is there for the picking, especially in these early overs. That's exactly what the automobile Ferrari did. And this time he gets that angle, but driven on the up.
Yeah, interesting that because Rimmer's back, you didn't see Edgela bowling the first over. In the first game, he bowled the first and the third. So let's see if they stick with Rimmer or if they go to Edgela.
I think they'll be looking to see where they are around the 7th, 8th over and you know, where the Pirates are and what they'll need to be holding back for the last overs. I don't mind the idea with Edgela putting trust in his bowlers and saving himself for the end. And okay, big leading edge pops up, but not to the extent that third man can reach it on the full. He picks it up on the bounce and has it back in. It's one more run to Bruce.
You get one now. And yeah, no, Bruce, I mean, he wouldn't have been kind of brought up learning to bat as expansively as that. He looks like he's got a solid technical base, so it's just a matter of kind of expanding it. But he certainly looks powerful enough to be able to succeed at this level already. 2 balls left in this over from Horrocks. It's gone for 8 so far.
One short, but using that angle, it's a good delivery in the end. Put dot ball.
That's the keeper this game, David Jacobs, 57 years of age. He certainly applied himself well last night as he split the keeping duties with Houghton in that doubleheader. And as far as the Giants, well, we'll see them again on Thursday when they'll play Bavaria. And we'll get to see Bavaria for the first time tomorrow night against Sloggers. So
and
2 new teams. Can't wait to see the Sloggers.
Sounds like a weekend at Oktoberfest. Bavaria and the Sloggers, as that one's full on the stumps, but driven on the onside by the Ferrari. And as far as mid-wicket. So 1 more to the total. That's the end of the second over. 18 for the loss of no wickets. And they are going at a fairly good clip at the moment. Still definitely within striking range.
Yeah, 9 off each of the first 2 overs. So yeah, let's see where they go now. He's basically got more options full stop, Angela, because he's got Burns as well with his leg spin. Although it might be a tricky night for him to grip the ball with this dew. You can see there. We will see Bavaria versus the Sloggers tomorrow night. They are yet to feature. So they'll be getting somebody there. Will be getting the points. And now we're going to go to Lee Sims, who I'll be hoping has a better first ball than last night. He almost blew his big toenail off. It's in that, I was going to say the cursed number 12 jersey, but Houghton wore it last game, and he did okay in it. Third over.
Oh, short, and it's hit, gets top edge, should be caught by the man at square leg, who comes back very nicely, very casually, very coolly, very calmly, and snaffles it up. Big first wicket.
Well, he goes upstairs, first ball, Lee Sims. Once again, it's a very short delivery, but this time it was Clenahan who was able to get him out of jail. You see, it's a head-high full toss, but it was outside off, so it was a difficult shot to hit it over the leg side like that with a pull stroke. But Clenahan, credit to him because he kept his cool under pressure. It's a very slippery night with this dew, but he held on to a very important catch. First wicket goes for the Pirates. It's 18 for 1.
Yeah, that's captain gone now. So Ferrari couldn't quite get going, but I'll tell you what, we've been talking about him a lot, but the other thing with Bruce that I've really liked is he's just got this very casual, relaxed demeanour.
Yeah.
He's always just standing, leaning on his bat, casually out there in the middle. Looks like he's got a good, calm head on his shoulders.
That's right. Now they're crossing back, of course, because on the higher catches, if you do cross, you don't get to stay that end. You have
Just
to go back. Yeah, tried to pinch it there.
Yeah, trying to see if he can get away with it.
But I think
who's in.
It's a good rule. I think ever since it's come in, I think especially in T10 cricket, the strike is so important. And you want to reward the fielders for the catch. They get a chance to have a crack at the new batter, which is former Nigerian international at the Deloitte.
Right, he'll be facing Lee Sims, who's got 1 wicket for no runs. No, he's a bit forward, but still fairly short. And you really extract that bounce. It's going to be a run-out chance if Lee Sims can collect it, but he can't.
Well, Bruce was a dead duck here if Atalaya picks this up and hits the stumps. But it was a bit of a mad scramble, wasn't it? Atalaya decides to have a look at this one, even though it was, I should say, it was the kind of ball you could pull fairly comfortably if you're already set. Game in the balance.
Fuller this time has whipped off the pads and it beats the fielder at fine leg as well. I think it just took a bit of a spin and a trickle and a dip away from him. Reaches the rope. Yeah, so that's 4 to Atalaya.
Middle and leg, and this just completely eats up the fielder, doesn't it? Kind of goes between his legs. He's been nutmegged. Atalaya won't mind. That's his first runs in ECN cricket. And he starts with the boundary. They've got to keep picking up these boundaries, 1 or 2 of them and over, just to stay in the hunt. They can't let this rate get out of hand.
Yeah, and he's going to go for it again this time, and he's picked that up really nicely. It was another short one, and Atalaya there showing his class. Just waited on it, swiveled perfectly still head as he swung it around behind backward square leg for 4 more runs.
Yeah, Sims testing out the middle of the pitch again, and Atalaya, he was quick to pounce on that one. That was genuine. A pull stroke there behind square this time. And he's made a very, very good start. Quick hello to Kroom 111 in the chat. Well, 111 has been a bit of a key number so far. We had a total of 111 last night, and right now, in the first innings of this game, we had the Giants post 111. So hello to you, Kroom. I'm enjoying your little contributions in the chat. And if you do want to say hi, please feel free. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Joe Wigasani. This Gibraltar Night Series. Sims, he's got to pitch it up now.
He tries to a little bit, still too short though, and that time Atalaya just rocking back and punching it away behind point. Finds the rope once again, it's another 4, and he is off to a flyer, 12 off 4 deliveries.
The way you start is so important in an innings, and okay, the first one maybe he was a bit lucky, but the next 2, nothing lucky about them. Cracking away both sides of the wickets, and he comes up to a dozen after only 4 deliveries faced, and Sims did get a big wicket, but he's also gone for 3 boundaries now. Last ball of his over, last ball of the power play coming up.
And that's 2 full, almost a no ball material. I think it has been called by the square leg umpire. It was pulled away by Atalaya, and they run through for a single, but he'll get to, I think it's going to be, it has been no balled.
Yeah, it has been no balled. I mean, it's one of those ones that's probably borderline, but I still think if you're not sure, you've got to call it.
Yeah, it was a bit quicker as well.
It's a dangerous kind of delivery, so it'll be Bruce. I wonder if he's ever faced a free hit before, the young man. Well, he will now. Can't be out of this one. We'll carry a warning as well for Sims. So last ball of power play. This time, Bruce on strike.
Well, that's a free hit if ever there was one, but he gets it on the full and manages to find one of the 3 fielders out there on the leg side.
He missed out, didn't he? But still, I mean, it's a mixed over, to say the least. There were 15 off it, but it did have the wicket of the captain, Ferrari. He had to pull back into the garage. 33 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, and good use of the power play. And about on par as we have a look at the urban development charts, comparison between the 2. And it was really that 3rd over that the Pirates were able to go raiding. He found a nice little cove with a few runs in it.
And here comes Burns, and his 2 overs going to be key. Just lost his radar a little bit, particularly with his line last night. He's a bit too leg side. And it'll be a difficult kind of a night for him to grip the ball. You can see he's got the little towel there to try and dry the ball, dry his fingers. It is quite dewy. Not too much wind to speak of tonight. Let's see how the youngster Bruce handles the leg spin of Lorne Burns.
You'd imagine Burns got his confidence up after his innings. Tonight puts that one on a good length, maybe just a little bit outside leg, and a nice bit of keeping there by Jacobs. Picks it up and asks the question of the umpire.
Oh, this is really close. I don't know what the decision that's been given at the moment. Yeah, see here, I actually think he's, I mean, just looking at this, we'll slow this down as much as we can, but I think that he's gone. It's the Cardinal said he doesn't know where the ball is. And just have a look at this. There,
No, he's
Oh,
home.
he's just
He's home.
Oh, he's,
So the long reach of the young fella.
oh, well, he's lucky. He does have those. Lucky
Go,
he
go,
does have those
gadget
long
arms.
arms.
Yeah.
I mean, he was slow to react, but once he did, he reacted very quickly to jam that bat back, and that's about as close as you can get. So, yeah, Burns, he's looked good so far.
Good work by Jacobs behind the stumps. Acting fairly quick, just not quick enough, unfortunately. So Burns could have had a wicket. As it is, though, his figures remain donuts. This time, well, good adjustment by Bruce. Went to come down the pitch. He's dropped in a little bit shorter, had to adjust. Read the spin as well as moving away from him, and he just tucks it away to cover. Sets off for a quick single.
Yeah, it was just decides to go on the hit. And remember, the dewy ball is tough for the fielders as well, so I think he can afford to take them on. Even though a clean pick up and throw, he would have been in trouble. But Bruce knows the importance of keeping the score moving out. This will be interesting. Ataloya on strike.
And he wants to dance down as well. I thought he was going to go for the reverse, but he decides to just battle to the odd side. Burns runs across and does his own sliding collection.
Gotta love fielding on this artificial surface, don't you?
It's pretty fun.
mean, it's fun for days here. How often have you seen a completely artificial cricket field? And yeah, it used to be gravel here. when I've had friends that have played on this a few years ago. Oh, what a facility it is, multi-sport facility, Europa Sports Complex.
This one, pullable, and that's what he's gone for. And a nice bit of fielding by Clennan there. Well, they're all having fun at the moment. He kept his eye on that, and he went sailing away to his left.
We're loving that in front of the peanut gallery, in front of the spectators up there tonight. Quite a few people are taking it in. Hello to Farouk Ahmed in the chat. Hope you're well.
What a lovely thing to do on a Monday evening in Gibraltar. Come on, some cricket. That one's short and pullable, and that's what Ataloya is going to do again. But just cannot quite get a hold of it to preach the defences. Just like the siege of Gibraltar, those fielders out there on the leg side, keeping everything and anything out.
Yeah, over to a ball now.
That was a historical reference, by the way.
You're full of them, Joe, and I love it.
Full of something. As Ataloya goes a bit straighter that time. Once again, just finding Lee Rimmer.
I mean, it's crazy. As we get to the end of the fourth over, scores 38 for 1. Just a reminder, you can join us on the live chat as well, as we have had plenty of people doing. Farouk Ahmed is one that I mentioned then, who is watching from Bangladesh, and Ratan Ali is there as well. Yeah, make sure you say hello. We love your questions, and if you have any historical questions, Joe, you are the man to answer those. Because I mean, this piece of land we're on, it's not a big piece of land. In fact, top to bottom, it's probably about 5 kilometres. But I mean, what a rich history it has.
It's pretty incredible.
It's continuing now in cricket form. We see Marples. He bowled well earlier.
And he starts pretty well. Hits it straight back over his head. Could have been a chance. And Edgella there. Well, I hope we get to have a look at that again, because they have certainly been practicing their classy sliding fielding collections.
There's been some battles in Gibraltar, and we're locked in one right now. Edgella, the captain. We haven't seen bowl yet. He's a handy kind of joker to have up your sleeve.
I think it was a good move by him as well, keeping himself off and just letting his other bowlers have a go at this. Look at that collection.
Poetry in motion. Yeah. Also, you've got to be careful with the old strides, because on the unofficial turf, you can put holes in them pretty easily.
And this one too far down leg, and unfortunately low for him. Couldn't quite collect it off his pads. I think it's going to be a leg bye. Yep, umpire's calling it as such.
So we haven't told people this tonight, but we're actually staying in Spain, just across the border, in a place called La Línea de la Concepción. And every day we have to essentially move countries to get to work. That's pretty unusual.
As that one is hit, it's got a big top edge, big leading edge, pops right up and falls within the Bermuda triangle of confused fielders.
Quick hello to Tyler Leslie Hogan, who's in the chat. He says, hi, how you doing? Good to see you back for this year. Well, it's great to have you back, Tyler. Hope you're enjoying the cricket so far.
Yeah.
Big finish on tonight, I reckon.
I'll tell you what, Vinny, as we just watch Marples come in. And that one moving ball. So he's getting a bit of shape, just away from the right-hander. And Ataloya there, just letting his front foot veer too far to the leg side to be able to make contact. Yeah, crossing a national border to go to work. Crossing a national border to go to work is certainly a little bit different for two lads who grew up in Australia.
I mean, I've been around, but I mean, I've never had to do this before. It's pretty cool.
Good bowling once again by Marples.
He's been a difference maker tonight, Joe Marples.
Sure has.
Just comes in, does his job, whatever's asked of him.
It'll be interesting to have a look at the urban development chart in a little bit as well, because this has been a nice couple of overs for the Giants. They've put a bit of a strangle here on the Pirates as Marples produces a big skied drive that has gone higher than the Rock of Gibraltar. And what a catch! What a catch! Can you believe it? Well, they know that was something pretty special, as that was Lorne Burns running in from backward point. That ball went, well, the Rock of Gibraltar is 420 something meters high. Pretty sure that ball went higher, and he managed to get across, diving forward and snaffle it up. Great catch.
Well, it's rock and roll time if you're a Giants supporter, because Burns, who had a bit of an off night last night, well, there's nothing off about this. This is a really difficult catch in these conditions. In the black of the night sky, he came down full length dive in the end, slippery ball that he removes at the tail at the Loyer, and Marples gets the wicket. His good night continues, because he takes 1 for 2 in that over, and so off his 3 overs tonight, he's got 3 for 9. So what a night he's had. He was man of the match in the first match. Yeah, and so now there's also the end of the over, 41 for 2 at the halfway point. And well, it's tough from here, isn't it? Although anything can happen, but that run rate required is creeping up already. It's over 14 and over. So particularly Bruce, now the youngster, there's a lot on his shoulders, but he needs to try and find the boundary and find it fast.
And this is where, again, Edgella just keeping himself from bowling is a really good move, because showing his other bowlers they can do a job, as this one is foolish and driven. It might be taken again. Lorne Burns, well, he tried to repeat the magic. Couldn't quite reach that one, as it takes 1 bounce over the rope. So a good 4. Louis Bruce.
Yeah, he takes him on, and I think Burns is hunting the catch, because he's thinking, if I know normally you think about saving runs, but if you can remove Bruce at this stage, got 2 new batters at the crease. So yeah, I've got Rimmer back here now.
Right. Bruce is not calling it in, because he is trying to keep things moving for his side here. Because you can tell that the pressure has gone back on to the Pirates. And he is the man at the crease who's been there since the beginning. He's moved to 20 of 13, of 14, I believe. And playing much more of an anchoring position. And while he had those other batters out there doing the heavy lifting, such as Ataloya and Ferrari, Louis Bruce could just keep ticking the strike over, but as it is, I think he's going to have to take a bit more responsibility now. He's out there with this man, Nadeem Hussain.
Yeah, left-hander.
Oh, and that's a great delivery as well by Rimmer. Just sliding it past that flailing bat outside off.
Hamish Pandit in chat from Slovenia saying he's loving Burns' leg spin, fielding and energy in the field. Yes, well, it certainly is live wire.
It's the Burns unit.
He is a unit. Oh, there goes the towel.
Oh, this gets a big edge as well, and you'd think that third man would be in a little bit finer and shorter to this bowling, but as it is, he was a bit square, could only collect it on the bounce.
So, a bit distracted when you lose the towel in the last couple of strides you run up, but yeah, when they need something to happen and fast here, especially when you consider who they've got still to bowl. Edgella hasn't bowled at all. You've got Burns with 1 to come. He's bowling well tonight so far in difficult conditions for the wrist spinner. Rimmer doing a job as well.
Well, this time Louis swung across the line, but effectively enough to get himself another run. They're going to need more than that though at this stage.
Yeah.
So we can see at this stage the Giants were 78 for 1.
Pirates kind of in the shoes of the Giants last night. The Giants just couldn't put a game together, and
it's a good point, Vinny.
And you know they'll get another chance, of course. We'll see them on Wednesday against Turek. That'll be a tough couple of games for them as well. Last ball for Rim in his spell.
A bit of a dance down the pitch, and this time Jacobs has a bit of a juggling job. Cannot quite affect the stumping.
Yeah, have a look here. Yeah, just gets a bit big. He had a fraction of a second there, didn't he?
Oh, I can
Jacobs.
feel those hamstrings burning. So what's that?
But it does take us to the end of the over, and Rimmer concedes 15 off his 2 overs in this match. It's 48 for 2 after 6 overs. And you can see plenty of wickets in hand, but it's just that the run rate hasn't quite been up to up to what's required. It's not going to get any easier because it looks like Horrocks is going to come back for his second over here in over number 7.
Yeah, and he bowled really well at the start of the innings as well.
Go, Jack, go!
Luke Belgium called Burns' catch the best catch of the tournament so far. Certainly up there. I mean, Ferrari's one at the start of this game was pretty good as well.
So this time from Horrocks, getting that all wrong, drifting wide down the offside. Lucky not to give any extras.
Horrocks gets it through though, doesn't he? The sort of bowler that you think when he hits his rhythm, he's going to be tough to deal with.
So I think after this we can probably expect Agella. We'll get one more from Burns.
Yeah, Agella may just
not bowl.
Elect to not bowl in this game, save himself and give some opportunities, depending on the match situation, of course.
Well, that is quite some shot from Louis Bruce. He has gone a whack, and he's found it all the way up, and away, over the rope for 6 big ones.
Well, don't go to bed just yet, because Bruce says, I'm going to breathe some life into this game, and he absolutely cracks this off length from Horrocks. Well, it came in at a decent speed, it went out at an even bigger speed. That is one of the biggest sixes we've seen, and it comes in the hands of the high schooler.
And that's the beauty about facing fast bowling after spin, isn't it? You don't quite have to generate the pace off the bat, the power. And Bruce seems to understand that as he gets a big leading edge, big skied edge, and it goes over the keeper's head, over third man's head, one bounce over the rope for 4.
There you go, once again, Horrocks with third man up in the circle. It's a bit of a risk because at his pace, there's a bit of an edge. You know it's going to travel.
I like this from Louis Bruce though, just starting to swing. He knows that it's on him at the moment. He's got some good company out there, and Hussein, he doesn't have to do too much.
Yeah, certainly.
He's getting a good view at the moment for the show.
Prodigious young talent, Louis Bruce.
Yeah, 30 off 16 he is. The Pirates, you can see there, they need to be going. They need at least a couple of, well, probably 3 boundaries and over from here, but
yeah, you think so.
He's got 2 of them so far in this one.
You need about 12 in boundaries and over, I think is what you need. You've got 10 right there, and we've still got 4 balls left here in the 7th.
Here comes Horrocks. It's full of ball, and he's just had a big swipe at that as well. It's got driven square. Just behind backward point, a nice piece of fielding though by Lee Sims.
The other thing that they do here with Bruce up and about is they got to take those twos on, those dicey twos. I mean, if they're, unless it's a complete suicidal job, because you know he needs to face as many of these balls left as possible. But yeah, I mean, it shows you can all change. And Horrocks, we thought might be nailing the coffin at the moment. There's a bit of blowback.
Yeah,
from
there's
the
a pulse. There's a pulse here, Vinny. And that's a full toss, and he's done really well to sit that straight down the ground. But the Burns unit is there. And he is not going to let that one pass him, so keeps it just the one.
Low full toss, tough one to get under because it's on you quick. And he's just able to kind of jab that down the ground. Keep people wondering about Punchal not coming out just yet. Well, that's a fair point. Decided Hussein is the man. Left hand, right hand combination at the moment. 3 fielders guard the leg side. Boundary, plus a front leg in the circle. 5 on the offside. I think he's going to try and keep outside off to Hussein.
So it's good from Horrocks, but right in the block on, really nicely picked up and away. Well, Nadeem Hussein, he's saying, I'm not just the anchor here, I'm going to do some heavy hit lifting myself, and he's done just that. 1 bounce over the rope, 4 more.
Some players like the pace, coming on a little bit more, and I think with that field with only 4 on the leg side, I think the play would be to put it a little bit wider than that, especially with that left-hander over the wicket to left-hander.
He just kind of had to stand and deliver on that one. The length wasn't quite full enough.
Nice ball for Horrocks.
Oh, he's bowled in this time. That's the one he was looking for. Great work by Horrocks. Nice response after being smacked before. He has finished his spell with 1 wicket at the very end. So 1 for 27 off his 2 overs. And after 7 overs, the score, the Pirates, they are 66 for 2.
6 for 3 now. In fact,
6 for 3.
Put that one in the book. And Horrocks, who didn't have much go his way, but yeah, I thought he's got 1 good ball in him, and he certainly did. Made the most of that last one. And yeah, he was thrilled. Well, the lights went on in the background. And just have a look at Horrocks here. He was pumped, and he punches the air with delight. He was brought back to do a job, and he was a bit expensive, but he does remove the batter, Hussein. 66 for 3. Just a reminder, we've got more cricket coming up tomorrow as well. We have night 3, and I'm excited for night 3 tomorrow because
Tell us why, Vinny.
we will get to see the 2 remaining teams that we haven't seen just yet. We'll see Bavaria versus the Sloggers tomorrow night graphic. And wait for Burns now. It should be another one. Well, I think he's just fumbled this, and he says no. And
Good sportsmanship by Jacobs there.
he ends up kind of, I think, with the ball between his legs, and he couldn't do much with it. We'll see this on the replay, I'm sure, from Burns, who's bowled well tonight. You see here, just not gloved cleanly, and in fact, he never really had it, did he? But yeah, that's good sportsmanship from Jacobs, but sitting pretty at the moment. They've repelled the Pirate attack, haven't they?
Nice. I like that one, Vinny.
Let's just say the Pirates haven't had them on the hook for much of tonight.
That one's on the stumps, and he's got a big edge, and Burns just says, don't worry, lads. I'm taking harder catches than this one. Not going to let this drop, and he doesn't. Takes another one, gets to the wicket for himself to go with his good work in the field and his runs accumulated. It's a great match for Lorne Burns as the score moves to 66 for 4.
Well, you know, in short form cricket, things can change really quickly, and Burns had a pretty tough night at the office last night, except for his second innings with the bat. But he had a terrible time with the ball. He dropped a catch in the crowd in the crowd at one point. But tonight he's been on song, and he's been a big in this second match, and he's been very influential in setting up what looks to be a victory. But Bruce, well, credit to him as well. You can't fault his approach. 33 off 20. With his departure, it will be tough. Although we'll see Mr. Hatchman come to the crease to join Punchal, but neither one of these batters have faced the ball as yet.
Yeah, I think they'd be wanting Punchal on strike as soon as they can. Let's have a look what Hatchman's got. He's going to go for a big swing. It's much the same. He gets a big top edge down to that third man. He picks it up on the trickle.
Just one. So, yeah, Mohammed Shahana Rahman saying nice leg spin. Oh, he's a good bowler. I mean, like any bowler, particularly leg spinners, I think it's right up there, the hardest skill in the game. Most difficult to perfect, most difficult to do consistently. That's why it's, when you see one that can do it consistently, they're worth their weight in gold. And Burns, struggled a bit last night, but he's done well tonight in conditions that are difficult for the wrist spinner. Very greasy conditions with the dew factor in Gibraltar tonight.
Lands it on a nice spot there. Punchal tries to sweep it away. There is protection though. 45 on the leg side.
So one thing I'm noticing is that all these players are loving being out there in the middle and playing cricket in Gibraltar and having this platform to develop the game. Of course, Gibraltar Premier League coming up after this tournament. And yeah, it's been great to see that enthusiasm for the game.
And this one was there for the driving, but he skied it. The man's coming in. That was
Robeson.
Robeson.
you knew that Lorne wanted this, I should say. But he knew that was straight down the throat of Robeson, who was a bit late to move, but yeah, you see there's a bit of a scramble. That won't impress Burns, but still, no real harm done on the scoreboard.
So final ball Burns a spell, and it's a foolish one that's been driven, but just catches the edge, trickle away on the onside. They get one more run, and that is a great piece of work by Lorne Burns. He finishes with 1 for 9, and after 8 overs, 74.
Yes.
The Pirates, yar.
Yeah, well, let's have a look what's coming up tomorrow, and make sure you join us. A slightly later start tomorrow, starting at 4:30 p.m. GMT, which is 5:30 in Central Europe, and 10 p.m. in India. And we're going to see Bavaria versus the Sloggers. Well, I bet you those two team names have never played each other in cricket before, but they'll play twice, matches 5 and 6. It's going to be so interesting because that's the first time we've seen either of those teams out here in the arena at the Europa Sports Complex. So make sure you join us. For more information, you can go to europeancricket.com for all the stats, scorecards, etc. from this tournament. Here's Marples coming back for the night.
Yeah. And fairly expected there to see Marples. Just trying to think who else we've got to bowl the final over.
Take your pick now, I think.
Yeah, it's not really going to matter. So for Agella, it's going to be I don't know who he wants to get a run into because this has become insurmountable, one feels. The Pirates, despite best efforts of Punchal there, he drives on the up.
I look credit to Paul Agella. I think he's He's captained really well. I think he's found a balance between being competitive and giving guys a go. I think Egelay's been bowling well, but he thinks, you know, Marples didn't get a go last night. Bowled well in the first game. Give him another opportunity, even with players like Burns and Rimmer coming back into the lineup. Horrocks as well. So it's a tough job in this form of the game, but he's done very well, especially getting the results tonight.
It's full on the stumps, catching chance, but unfortunately for Marples, couldn't quite keep the fingers grasped around the leather.
This was, I don't know who was more scared here, the batter or the bowler, as Marples dished up a full toss. Got there, and then there's half a thought that might bounce onto the stumps, but well, matter survives. Hatchman.
Yeah, this is pulled straight and obviously, but not to any great effect as they run through for one more as Long On comes in to collect it.
Because we've got the Hatchmans on opposite sides, don't we, tonight?
Yeah.
So we've got Richard Hatchman
and Paddy.
And do you think that Paddy Hatchman might bowl to Richard Hatchman in the last over if he's still in? I don't know. I think it's a contest we'd all like to see.
Have we had a Hatchman bowl Hatchman in ECN? I don't believe so. Well, he's dropped a little bit short. He's found the gap on the onside, pulling that away. Punch out, showing his class. And although this might have run away from them, the Pirates, they are going to keep on sailing as best they can.
Yeah, so the technical name for that shot is a mid-wicket drive, but another name is just a cross-bat heave.
Cross-bat swipe.
Well, we'll see some slopers tomorrow night. I was saying, I mean, it's a good shot if you hit it in the middle, I guess.
And he's going to go a bit straighter this time, trying to find that gap between long on and long off, but alas, cannot. And it's a good arm by Lee Rimmer there.
Yeah. He's on that straight away. You see normally the best fielders straight down the ground, don't you? Because they just get so much action.
And there's another thing about Agella and his team here is that he's the captain, but he's got a fair few leaders in this team.
Yeah, for sure.
Burns and Lee Rimmer, they're all supporting each other. There's that one, gets the leading edge, pops up at man at point and backward point, cannot get to it. But on the bounce, so one more to the total, and that leaves Hatchman not very happy with himself. But that's the end of the ninth. Penultimate done. The score is 79 for the Pirates, chasing 112, but they're not going to get there. But unless something miraculous happens.
It'll be a record if they do. Off the last over to win a game. Yeah, it's going to be... it's going to fall a bit short in the Pirates when you think about it.
5 6s and a 4.
Yeah, but they just lack some of the firepower that the Giants were able to bring into their team, haven't they?
It was a good call. I think it's going to be Lee Sims.
Lee Sims is going to get another over.
Yeah, so he'll bowl it short, you'd expect.
Good call.
That one, it was there for the pull, but got a bit big on him. Fortunately, just pops up.
Yeah, so he did take a wicket earlier, Sims.
Yeah,
so
took a wicket with the first ball, didn't he?
He does get good bounce, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Top strong man.
And this one is another cross-batted drive. What do you call it, Vinny? There's all protection on the rope on the leg side.
Yeah.
4 of them out there.
It's easier to do on an artificial surface where the bounce is a bit more consistent as well, I think, compared to the natural turf surface where you do generally get a bit more inconsistent bounce.
Yeah, variation. Well, talking of variation, that's a fuller one from Lee Sims. And it has been paddled away.
He's had a great night in the field, Matt Clenaghan.
Yeah.
Oh no, here we go.
It's all happening here, folks. Well, they, for some reason, went for the buzzers. The buzzers weren't there, and they got buzzed out because somebody was able to collect the ball and throw it to the non-striker's end. Both the batters were at the striker's end, and as a result, it's a wicket.
Yeah, well, so it's just a mess. It ends Punchal's night. A bit like Burns last night. He's a good player that just hasn't had a lot go his way tonight, so I'm sure he'll get another opportunity when we see
coming out.
The Pirates again in a couple of days' time. Just have a look here. Yeah, it's all then. Here's the stump, so they said, oh, should we go for it? Punchal, he really adjusted his helmet at the wrong time, but credit to him. He had to go anyway once he saw his partner Hatchman coming at him. So 81 for 4. And
Well, he's going for the heave, the onside heave, but as I said, plenty of protection out there. Not going to get more than the singles.
82 for 5, I should say, after that. As he comes to the crease. And we'll get an opportunity now. As you see, Hatchman with a single there. So Sims, I think he's getting better the more he's bowling. Again, it's good captaincy by Angelo to give him another over. Just gaining in confidence, I think, and gaining in control.
He drops this one short though. It's been hit up in the air, but Kilani, or Clenahan, I should say.
Well,
he's made some
Advani
good stops there. Might get a chance. Well,
oh dear.
It's a bit of a hip and shoulder now, and it's all fun and games here at the moment. Well, if you can't beat them on the cricket field, then just beat them on the cricket field.
Well, Advani, he wanted to, but he hesitated because his partner wasn't that keen. And then, well, how about that for a home plate collision? If you're a baseball fan, and I feel a bit for Jacobs, he didn't see this coming at all. Well, give way to your right. Well, no one was hurt. That's the main thing.
Yeah, smiles as they both went down.
It's been a great night here at this complex. Last ball coming up. So I hope you can join us again tomorrow. Here's Sims.
So full of ball, wide outside the off stump. He'll have to bowl that one again. And a big hello before we go to Helix over there in Adelaide.
Yeah, hello Helix. And yeah, it's been great action. Just a reminder, it's half hour later start tomorrow night. But we do hope you can join us. And make sure you tell your friends about it. The ECN is back. We had great viewing numbers already. It's just the first couple of days of the season.
This one short and angling in. He's been no balled, so they're going to get a free hit.
Well,
so this game just can't end for a moment.
Well, I'm not sure what that was for. It was a very quick call, which makes me think it might have been a fielding thing, but I did see only 4 in the circle apart from the bowler and the keeper, so it should have been okay on that. But regardless, Sims will get one more opportunity. This will be a free hit.
Well, he's trying to go for it. It's nice work by Sims though. He's finally found a decent line where he's really trying to attack the batters' pads and keep them cramped up. And that's the end of it, folks. After 10, the Pirates, they were chasing 112. They will finish on 87 for the loss 5. 25 runs short. But as it is, it was a good showing. And the Giants on this occasion, well, they were on the losing end last night, but tonight they were able to put their first victories on the board to share the top spot with Turek there on the table.
Yeah, just a reminder, join us tomorrow. Like I said, it's half an hour later start, so there won't be that half an hour gap between the games. It'll be 4:30 start GMT, 5:30 in Central Europe, 10 p.m. in India, 10:30 in Bangladesh, and in Australia, well, it's the middle of the night, so stay up, get your coffees, and make sure you join us because we're looking forward to seeing Bavaria and the Slockers. We'll see 2 more teams make their ECN debuts. And you see there, this game played in good spirit, as all of them have been so far. Everyone's so excited to get cricket back on the map in Gibraltar, as the Pirates, they were hoping to find the treasure. It was 112 they needed, but we haven't seen that Nelson chase down in the series so far. They sent out Louis Bruce with the captain, Kieran Ferrari, and particularly with the way Ferrari was going, you thought, well, he was speeding, wasn't he, the Ferrari, early on, the big 6, but he fell for only 9. And it would be a fantastic catch by Matt Clenahan, who I thought fielded fantastically square of the wicket. And this was a big moment in the match.
Yeah, it absolutely was. Their catching overall was pretty good, the Giants on this occasion, as Lee Sims was brought into the attack. It was difficult fielding conditions. We know that this dew gets quite heavy as the evening wears on. And as it was, the Pirates, they had to keep on wearing on, and a lot of it fell onto the shoulders of Ataloya when he came out. Hit 3 quick 4s before this. Absolute blinder of a catch by Lorne Burns, running in from backward point and diving forward to absolutely clasp onto one of the best catches we've seen, certainly this year in ECN cricket. There was still some power hitting to come by the Pirates. Some practical driving by Louis Bruce, who showed that he can hit a ball a long way. Have a look at this. Beautiful form, beautiful shape. He just gives a big swipe at that. So showing he's got a little bit of power in his bank, that's for sure. Louis Bruce, the youngster, had a good night tonight despite his team not picking up a victory. He ended up taking wickets, taking catches and making runs. You can go and hang your hat on that, that's for sure. There was some nice shot as well by Nadeem Hussain. He came out to try to support Bruce.
Yeah, it's just just crept out of hand, didn't it? And you can't really fault the Pirates, of course. Their T10 debut, and they seem to get in the spirit of things. I think they'll get better, no doubt. A bit like the Giants did. The Giants just couldn't quite put together a performance last night. We will see this team again, Pirates, when they play Turek. That's not going to be an easy game. That's in matches 7 and 8 on night 4, so that'll be Wednesday night. But I think this will be a very even competition. That's what we've seen so far. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it all develops. But Horrocks, well, he got a bit of tap, didn't he? He's up and about in the field, but he certainly finished with a bang. And this man, player of the match in the end, Lorne Burns, and he wasn't really letting anyone else near this one.
Not giving that to anyone. Yeah, social distancing. He's caught and bowled. And straight away, I've got this, lads. Already taken one blind up. And he was really one of the standout performers. It was
He sums it up for the Pirates. As Parchal, he adjusts his helmet, and then when he takes his hand away from his eyes, he sees his partner coming down at him. But in the end, well, luckily, no one was hurt. It was
Jacobs.
It's like a double knockout in boxing. Have you ever seen one of those? When they both knock each other out, they both hit the ground at the same time. But, well, fortunately, as you can see here, Jacobs, his whole life flashed before his eyes, but it would have taken a while. And in the end, they do fall short. It's 111 to 88, and Pirates finishing on held Snowmen, pair of 8s. But yeah, you see that Louis Bruce was the top scorer, 33 off 20 at the lawyer. Well, he looked good, hit 3 boundaries in 15, but just not enough contributors. And to be honest, just once they fell behind, particularly with some of the bowling options they had to deal with, you felt the Pirates were going to struggle. And have a look at that, only 7 extras in total. So they weren't getting too many for free. And it was a pretty calculated performance by the Giants, who end up 2-2 after 2 nights of action.
Yeah, and look, Vinny, I don't think we're seeing too great a gulf in class between the teams we've seen so far. The main difference being the Culpo Giants, they had last night's run. They were a bit rusty. They really came out and showed that they learned a few things about this new format, and I've got no doubt we will see the same from the Pirates in their fixtures to come, as we can have a look at the quick look at the bowling figures there. And it was shared all around. Even for Lee Rimmer, who didn't get a wicket, managed to keep it fairly tight, only going for 7.5. But as for the rest, well, Burns and Lorne Burns was really one of the picks of them, and Lee Sims did a pretty good job as well. As we have a look at the urban development chart comparison, and it was in the middle orders that the Culper Giants, they managed to put on the total that got them the victory, whereas for the Pirates, they were really started to falter in those middle orders. And we can just see the summary right there. And as it is, well, Vinny, what do you think of tonight's cricket that we've seen?
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it. I think what you see is the Giants certainly better for the run. I think the Pirates, they'll certainly take a lot out of tonight, and by no means are they out of it. And I've loved watching another really good young player, Louis Bruce. I also like the contributors of players that, on the score sheet, maybe not doing a lot with the bat of the ball, but a player like Clenaghan. I mean, how important was he in the field for the Giants? Obviously, nice to see Burns come good. We had a bit of an off night last night. Edgela as well, coming good with the bat. So I think there's a lot of positives out of tonight. We have a look at the table now that the Giants, they do draw level 2 and 2, but they're trailing a bit on net run rate. Obviously, they played a couple more games. But Turek will play the Pirates later on this week. So those games will be really important, I think, in shaping the table. Because if the Pirates can spring a couple, what you would say would have to be an upset over Turek once or twice, it really throws it wide open with only the top 2 teams making the final after match 20. But Joe, we've spent a bit of time south of the border tonight. We've enjoyed it. It's been a lovely night. It's been a bit of a dewy night. Not so much wind in the second game, but we'll have to see what tomorrow night throws up when we see Bavaria and the Sloggers. I tell you what, that would be a team that I think I would be a walk-up start for, the Sloggers. But Bavaria, we'll have to do some research on that name, because we don't think there's much of a German connection here, but we will find out, and we'll be back tomorrow to do it all again.
Yeah, can't wait for that, Vinny. Thank you very much to everybody out there on YouTube, and of course FanCode in India. This has been the FanCode European Cricket T10 series in Gibraltar. I'm Joe Wegasani.
Vinny Sander here.
And it has been our pleasure to bring you the finest cricketing action from the southernmost tip of the European continent. Until tomorrow.
Hasta mañana.
Ciao for now.